It appeared just after sunset, as darkness began to permeate the woods around my family's hunting cabin. I wouldn't have seen it in time if it weren't for the silver beams emanating from the full moon, which streamed into the clearing around the cabin and bathed the ground in their pale brilliance. I had finally arrived at the cabin. Dusk had given way to the night so that darkness could reign. I was exhausted from a full day of work and the long drive, trying my best to relax when I realized that I had forgotten to bring my rifle in with me. I groaned, irritated with myself, then forced myself to get out of the old 70s floral print armchair and dragged myself to the door. I groggily stepped out into the moonlight, leaving the door wide open. I was immediately overtaken by the urge to yawn and stretch as far as I could, to the point that I nearly lost my balance. It wasn't until I regained my composure and began to walk over to my pickup truck that I became aware of how eerily calm and quiet the woods around me had become, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I knew from experience that this was never a good combination when one was in the mountains by themselves, so I upped my pace. I closed the rest of the distance as quickly and as quietly as I could. My eyes searched the edge of the woods for any movement or any sign that something may be there. Upon reaching my truck, I stood still for a moment, then looked around and listened intently before I pulled the passenger side door open. Believing that the coast was clear, I stepped up onto the sidebar and reached into the back seat for my gun case. I then felt a piercing gaze fall upon my back and grabbed onto the seat before I slowly turned myself around. That's when I saw it. Peeking around from the back corner of the cabin was what appeared to be the head of some sort of canine. The only feature that I could make out for certain at that moment was its shimmering red eyes locked onto mine. I froze in place, unblinking, and felt a wave of tension and anxiety wash over me. I didn't dare move, lest it would approach. It looked over toward the trees, then back at me before it slowly came out from behind the cabin and moved out into the clearing, perpendicular to my position. Now that it was out in the open, I could see that this was in fact a dog, but it was no ordinary dog. It was massive, and even in the light it was still completely encompassed by shadow, as if it were made of the darkness that surrounded us. Its body emitted what could only be likened to an aura of blackness, animated with fluttering tufts that vaguely resembled flames. I'd never seen anything like it, and the sight sent such intense shivers down my spine that it caused me to arch my back slightly out of reflex. I knew exactly what it was doing, sizing me up. I slowly reached my hand down to my hip, where I usually keep my sidearm, realizing much to my dismay that I had left it on the coffee table inside the cabin, along with the backpack containing my rifle ammunition. I watched as it turned its head toward the tree line, then proceeded to throw its head back and let loose an unearthly, ominous howl before it lowered its gaze back to me. I took in a deep breath and held it as I witnessed it lower its stance, knowing all too well what was about to transpire. It launched from its position at an incredible speed, which caused me to throw myself backward into the truck and scramble to get the passenger side door shut. A split second later, it slammed into the door, which caused the inside panel to come loose and reveal the massive dent that it had just left. The dog then jumped up and put its paws on the window, looked in, and barked at me before it attempted to pull the handle with its teeth. Bewildered, I reached forward and slammed the locking pin down, which caused the shadow dog to cock its head, almost as if in confusion. It began to make its way around to the other side of my truck. I immediately knew that it was about to try to open the driver's side door, so I hurried and slammed the pin down on it as well. It began to pull at the handle with its teeth, then barked in frustration. The dog then made its way around to the rear of my truck, jumped up into the bed, backed itself up against the tailgate, and lowered its stance. It threw itself against the back slider, which caused the glass to spiderweb and buckle. I placed my back against the dash and braced the glass with my feet in a last-ditch effort to prevent it from breaking through. The shadow dog backed up to the tailgate once again as it prepared itself for another attack, then launched itself against the glass. The force from the blow sent a wave of jarring pain up my legs that made me wail in agony. It backed up once more in preparation for another assault, then rocketed forward, only this time it veered to the side and met the glass to the right of my legs. It made it through. The back glass behind the driver's seat gave way. The shadow dog promptly stuck its massive head through the opening and began to thrash about, widening the hole. It grabbed a hold of my pants leg and began to drag me out of the truck through the gaping space. I fought as hard as I could. I grabbed onto the steering wheel, then onto the back of the seat in an attempt to save myself, but its strength completely overwhelmed me. It dragged me out of the truck, over the side rails of the bed, and then began to drag me toward the cabin. I thought for sure that I was done for, but it came to a complete stop, snapped its head to the tree line, and proceeded to growl. It took one quick look back at me before it sprinted off into the woods. I knew that this may be my only chance at escape, so I collected myself from the ground and retrieved my rifle from the truck as swiftly as I could manage. The dog was nowhere to be seen, but I could faintly hear it barking and growling in the distance. The pain in my legs was nearly unbearable, but I forced myself to shamble toward the safety of the cabin. I had reached a halfway point between my truck to the door when I heard the rustling of brush. I knew that this may be my only chance at escape. I spun around and reeled in terror as the dog re-emerged from the woods. It locked eyes with me, then proceeded to bark and trotted towards me. I pushed through the fear, through the pain, and made my way to the cabin as quickly as I could, rifle case in hand. Although my rifle wasn't loaded, in the worst case scenario, I could at least strike the dog with it in self-defense. Thankfully, the shadow dog moved toward me at a much slower pace than it initially had when I was in the truck, so I was able to reach the open door of the cabin safely. I darted inside and immediately slammed the door, locking it behind me. I fully expected the dog to slam into it in an attempt to smash through, but it didn't. I placed the rifle case by the door and forced myself to look out the window to see what it was doing. The dog paced back and forth in front of the narrow porch, switching its gaze back and forth between myself and the tree line. "What's it doing?" I asked myself. It had been trying its damnedest to get to me in the truck, but now it was just pacing, watching. It didn't rush the door, nor did it try to break through a window. It didn't even make a sound. It just marched, watching intently. I kept my eyes fixated on it through the window as best I could, whilst retrieving my sidearm from the table and the rifle ammunition from my backpack. I placed my magnum on my hip and loaded the rifle to make sure that I was ready for the next assault. The shadow dog paced several more times before it made its way around the corner to the backside of the cabin. I made my way toward the back wall and watched for it through the window for some time, but it was nowhere to be seen. Then I heard a knock at the front door. A knock? A dog would scratch at a door, maybe even whine or bark, but knock. Although the chances were astronomically low, this could be a person lost in the woods who sought refuge. If it was, I had to get to them before the dog did. "Hello, who's there?" I called out as I made my way across the cabin, but there was no response. I was met with only another series of knocks. Upon reaching the door, I called again. "Hello."
"Help me.
A faint, steady voice finally answered.
I'm lost and tired. And hungry. Please, let me in. There's some sort of strange animal out here. It's after me."
I unlocked the door and began to push it open. I managed a gap of only a few inches before something slammed against it, which sent me flailing backward onto the floor. I then heard the familiar growling and barking, followed by the sounds of tearing flesh and a blood-curdling screech. The dog had gotten to them first. The sounds began to retreat from my door. I assumed that the dog must be dragging them away into the woods, so I grabbed my rifle in hopes that I might be able to save them. I threw open the door, only to find the shadow dog outside alone, staring off into the trees. It turned back and looked at me, then began to bark wildly. Although I was bemused to find it alone, with no sign of the other person, I wasted no time in pulling the door shut, then quickly slammed the bolt back into place. Again, I fully expected the dog to slam into the door after me, but it didn't. It only barked at me a few more times before it resumed pacing in front of the porch. It continued this behavior for a while, then came up onto the porch and laid down. It fixed its gaze outward onto the tree line and began to emit a low, unsettling growl. I couldn't believe it. Its behavior was completely different from what it had initially displayed while I was outside. Still, I didn't trust this creature. It had attempted to harm me once before, and it very well may try to do so again. I was armed and ready, though I wasn't sure if firearms would affect it whatsoever. I watched it through the window for nearly the entire night, waiting for any change in its behavior. The shadow dog eventually stood up and paced again, fixated on the tree line. It stopped and looked back at me through the window, locked its eyes onto mine for a brief moment, and then made its way toward the woods, barking the entire way. I watched and waited, wondering if it was gone for good. It had been a few hours since the dog disappeared into the woods, and I hadn't heard so much as a peep after the barking faded into the distance. It was eerily silent once again, until a set of red eyes appeared just inside the tree line, watching me. Admittedly, I was not only terrified, but also aggravated beyond all reason about my current situation, and inconceivably tired. I was accustomed to being the hunter, not the prey, and I wasn't about to let that change. I refused to be stalked by this mutt. The sun would be rising any minute. I picked up my rifle and threw open the front door in anger, stepped outside, and called arrogantly into the waning night. I've had enough. As I aimed my rifle toward the glowing eyes, I was met with the most sinister and horrific screeching sound imaginable, as if 1,000 banshees were wailing all at once. Ice ran through my veins, and my hands trembled so intensely that I nearly dropped my firearm as a new monstrosity emerged from the tree line. It stood on 2 legs and was about the size of a person, bearing a gaunt form. It was hunched over. Its long arms dangled toward the ground, ending in clawed hands. Its pale skin, dotted with deep teeth marks and gashes that seemed freshly healed, clung to its toned musculature. The sight sent a rush of disgust into my deepest bowels. It had piercing red eyes, like the dog, but its presence was altogether different. It screeched once again, pulling back its pointed ears as it revealed its long, sharp fangs and flared its flat, upturned nostrils. It was at this moment I accepted, no matter how much I initially detested the thought, that I was the prey in this situation. I knew that I looked like a 7-course meal to this abomination. It lowered its stance and raised its arms out to the side with its claws spread wide. I readied my rifle, prepared to place as many shots as I could into it in an attempt to take it out, or at the very least slow it down so that I could retreat within the cabin. It began to close the distance between us at a blinding speed. I backpedaled slowly as I repeatedly fired and cocked my rifle as fast as I could. My shots seemed to be ineffective. They caused no real damage and failed to slow it down. The magazine in my rifle quickly became empty, so I threw it towards the creature. I drew my magnum from its holster and kept firing as I continued to move backward until the worst possible thing happened. I tripped. It had nearly reached me when all of a sudden the shadow dog appeared out of the darkness. It slammed into the foul creature, full force, sending it spinning, and bouncing across the ground until it managed to slam a clawed hand into the dirt and skid to a stop. The abomination screeched at the shadow dog and bared its fangs, but it didn't attempt to strike back at the dog whatsoever. It tried to come for me once again instead. I readied my magnum, but was met with a dull click when I attempted to fire. It was empty. The dog struck once again, but this time it found a firm hold upon the creature and refused to let go. They rolled around on the ground, each trying to get the upper hand on the other until the dog finally pinned it down. The sun then began to rise. The blinding rays caused the skin of the creature to boil and sizzle as it shrieked in pain, and it tried to escape the clutches of the shadow dog to no avail. Overwhelmed by the brilliance of the sun, the abomination's flesh gave way to bone before erupting in flames, and burned until nothing remained of the creature but ash. The dog howled in triumph as the sun began to unravel the shadows that consumed it, revealing a much smaller, less threatening form. I could now see the true form of the dog underneath. It was my best friend who had been killed trying to protect me many years ago. I couldn't believe my eyes. Oh my God, that you, boy. I'm so happy to see ya. I called to him. I was not only dumbfounded, but also elated to behold such a sight. He threw his body against mine and began to lick my face. Tears streamed down my cheeks. I never thought I'd see ya again. My dog then proceeded to run away, disappearing around the back corner of the cabin. I sprang to my feet and followed him, but he had already vanished before I could catch up. I never thought I'd see you again. I made my way over to the grave, where my friend had been laid to rest all those years ago. Not only once, but twice now, you've saved me from certain death. I spoke before kneeling at his headstone, recalling the time he had saved me from an angry black bear. I had gotten too close to her cub and she charged me, but he threw himself between us in order to buy me enough time to escape. You gave your life for me once and came back to save me again. You really are the bestest boy in the entire world. Tears continued to pour down my face as I spoke to him. I really can't thank you enough for everything. You deserved a much better, longer life. The wind picked up and blew the fallen leaves around. Your life may have been cut short, but that didn't stop you from watching out for me, did it? You've always been here and in my heart. I'll never forget you, long as I live. I have no idea what would have happened if that creature had gotten hold of me. I wept, but you weren't about to let that happen, were you? I love you, boy. Afterward, I became obsessed with researching the incident, soaking up every last piece of information that I could find. The closest thing that I could come up with in regards to the abomination was that it was some sort of vampire. According to old folklore, they cannot come inside of your home without permission. They must be invited in or wait for you to venture out into the darkness on your own. The longer they go without feeding, the more feral and grotesque they become, which explains its appearance. I fully understand what my old canine companion was trying to do. Ensure my safety by forcing me inside of the cabin and prevent that creature from reaching me. I know that he was fully aware of the danger that awaited me just outside the door, but what I still don't understand is how he managed to return in such a terrifying, brooding form, no less. I couldn't find anything to help shed some light on the phenomenon. Not a single account where this had happened before. Still, and yet, he somehow returned from the grave to protect me. Perhaps the bond of friendship has simply proved itself stronger than even the grip of death. I've never been more thankful for anything in my entire life. Not only did my best friend save my life once again, but I also got to see him one last time. What more could you possibly ask for? If you enjoyed this video, Please don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more horror content. If you have any real cryptid encounters, or you're a horror writer wanting to share your stories, please feel free to email me in the description anytime. Have you ever heard the legend of Abertoch, the Irish vampire? Probably not, but no doubt you will be familiar with Bram Stoker and his seminal work Dracula, first published in 1897 and adapted so many times since in literature, radio, TV, and film. Stoker's famous tale was, of course, set in the province of Transylvania. But what most people don't realize is that the story was at least partly inspired by Abertoch, an Irish legend rediscovered and published by Patrick Joyce in 1880. Many centuries ago, in pre-Christian times, there was a tradition amongst Irish clans of spilling and drinking animal blood in ritualistic sacrifices. There were practical reasons for this macabre tradition too, as blood would have been drunk or mixed to create cakes in order to supplement the population's poor diets. Historians will argue that vampire legends originate from these ancient rituals, with such tales becoming corrupted and embellished over time. But they're wrong. Abertoch is real, and I've seen him in the flesh. His story begins in the 6th century AD. Abertoch was originally a deformed and cruel Gaelic chieftain who practiced black magic and terrified the subjects of his small fiefdom, located in the townland of Slothavery in rural County Derry. Abertoch ruled over his kingdom from a fortified wraith and was notorious throughout the land, known as an evil and paranoid tyrant. He trusted no one, not even his own wife. Convinced she was having an affair, he fell to his death whilst trying to spy on her, and he was buried upright, as was the Gaelic tradition at that time. But the vile chieftain would not stay dead. He returned to the townland the following day, demanding each of his subjects give some of their blood to sustain him. The people were terrified and so complied with his orders, providing Abertoch with fresh blood every night. But eventually, the people grew tired of submitting to the monster's wishes, and so they secretly sent word to a rival chieftain called Cathan, begging him to get rid of Abertoch once and for all. Cathan agreed and attempted to make good on his promise, duly dispatching the vampire at the point of his sword. But it didn't work. Once again, the bloodsucker was buried, but again he rose the next day, demanding blood from the terrified locals. Cathan repeated this grisly task several times over, and on each occasion, Abertoch arose from his tomb. Cathan soon realized the futility of his actions, and so sought counsel from a holy man in the neighboring village. The priest confirmed what Cathan already suspected. Abertoch was undead, and so could not be killed by any mortal man. The best he could achieve was to prevent the monster from coming back. Therefore, he instructed Cathan to bury his adversary upside down and cover his tomb using a stone with magical properties, known as a lect. Cathan succeeded in his task, and, much to the joy of the local people, Abertoch was no longer able to stalk the land and demand their blood as tribute. The holy stone remained to mark the vampire's tomb for the next few centuries. Eventually, it was removed, instead being replaced by a mighty thorn tree, which was similarly blessed to ensure Abertoch could not arise from his grave. I'm very familiar with the legend of Abertoch and the site of his tomb, because the ancient tree which marks the spot lies on the land my family has owned and farmed for generations. The old thorn tree on the edge of our farm was a subject of fascination for me growing up. The land around it was dead, yet the tree lived on, maintaining a foreboding presence on the edge of our farm. My father avoided it while carrying out his daily rounds, and my mother only spoke of the tree in whispered, fearful tones. Our parents told us to keep clear of the old tree, but of course we didn't listen. My brothers and I dared each other to climb or swing from the branches or dig up its roots, but our nerves always got the better of us. We never dared to approach it after dark. I tried once, but could only get within 10 yards of the trunk before I fled. It wasn't just the foreboding nature of the old tree and the frightening legend attached to it that scared me. There was a strange feeling I would experience whenever I approached the spot. A chill which shot up my spine and a distinct sense that I was being watched. And the longer I stood there, I began to imagine voices in my head. A sinister call, trying to draw me in. I would never make out any words, but then I never stayed there long enough to find out. In time, I choose to ignore the sinister thorn tree and forget whatever legends were associated with it. I told myself it was just my childish imagination running away with me, even though deep down I knew this wasn't the case. But I grew up and moved to Belfast for university when I turned 18, temporarily forgetting all about the old tree and any talk of vampires and ancient curses. Years later, I moved back home and took over the running of the family farm after my parents became ill and could no longer manage the workload. I still remember one of the last things my father said to me on his deathbed. He told me to avoid the old thorn tree, to not farm the land around it, and never, under any circumstances, to cut the tree down. I was shaken by his words, as they seemed to breathe life into the old legend and my childhood nightmares. But I honored his last wishes and for years avoided the spot as I ran the farm and got on with my life. And no doubt, that's how it would have remained had it not been for the events of one fatal autumn night. I'm a heavy sleeper, and so I might not have been aware of what was occurring had I not been awoken by my trusty German shepherd, Colin. At about 3 a.m., my dog began barking maniacally and scratching at the front door, indicating that he'd heard someone or something outdoors. I experienced a rush of adrenaline as I jumped out of bed and threw on some clothes. It was the middle of the night, and needless to say, I wasn't expecting any visitors. However, there had been a spate of robberies in my local area around that time, with farm equipment being stolen and houses broken into, so my initial fear was of common criminals. I considered calling the police, but knew they would never get here quickly enough. So, I unlocked my gun cabinet and removed my shotgun, loading 2 cartridges. I didn't really anticipate needing to use the weapon, but reckoned I was better off having it in case the intruders had violent intentions. I locked Colin inside the house for the same reason, electing to search the perimeter alone, wielding a battery-powered torch and carrying the shotgun on a strap over my shoulder. It was a bitterly cold night, but the stars shone in the sky above me, and the moon was full, thus providing a natural illumination. I walked through the farm I knew so well, checking the sheds and livestock. Everything appeared to be in order. I should have felt relieved to find my property intact, but instead my anxiety only increased as I approached the boundary of my land. It's difficult for me to describe the fear I experienced on that night. It was something dark and primal, an ancient terror buried somewhere deep in the human psyche. A horror which rational minds have long since confined to the realms of fantasy. I knew where I was going, of course. The old oak tree, allegedly covering Abertalk's tomb. And when I got closer, I heard a noise that chilled me to my very bones, the sound of wood being chopped. I covered the remaining ground at a sprint, shining my torch to confirm my worst nightmare had come true. A man was working frantically under the moonlight, swinging an axe and cutting deep into the tree's trunk. To my horror, I saw he'd almost completed his reckless task as the old tree was on the brink of falling. I was left in a state of shock for a moment, not believing what I was seeing. Finally, I mustered the courage to shine my torch in the axeman's face, hoping the light would scare him off. But instead, he didn't seem to notice my presence. He appeared entirely focused upon his task. I didn't recognize the man, and was sure he wasn't a local. He appeared disheveled, with ripped and soiled clothes, a filthy matted beard, and a crazed look in his dark eyes. He continued chopping, perspiring and breathing heavily as he took each swing. I couldn't imagine how long he'd been at it, or how much effort he'd exerted. The torchlight had no effect upon him, and so I called out to the crazed man. "Who are you? And what the hell do you think you're doing?" I shouted angrily. My words had the desired effect, making him stop mid-swing as he looked up in shock, apparently only noticing me for the first time. He glared at me across the void, temporarily looking like a deer caught in headlights, before he opened his mouth to speak. "I have no choice," he exclaimed maniacally. "He speaks to me in my dreams. His voice is in my head. I won't stop. I must set him free. It's the only way." My worst fears were confirmed. He'd come for Abatok, obviously believing the legend of his tomb. Clearly, I was dealing with a madman, and he needed to be stopped. "This is private property," I cried, trying to project confidence in my shaking voice. "You need to stop what you're doing right now or face the consequences." The intruder surprised me by laughing loudly in open mockery of my words. "You really think that's an option? He must be set free. It's the only way." After that, he swung his axe once again, slamming its head into the shattered trunk. My fear soon turned to anger, as I couldn't comprehend the man's behavior. In an instant, I pulled the loaded shotgun from my shoulder and aimed it at him. "I'm warning you," I screamed. "Drop your axe or I'll shoot." He took no notice and aimed another swing. The tree creaked as the trunk was weakened, and soon it would surely collapse under the weight of its branches. I held my finger on the trigger, staring at the axeman down the sights of my gun. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to shoot this madman. Looking back, I know it's a decision I'll regret for the rest of my living days. I stood there in the cold, my hands shaking as I held the shotgun. Frozen to the spot, I could only watch on in abject horror as the crazed axeman took his final swing and the tree came collapsing down, its mighty trunk crashing heavily into the mud. The noise made me jump, and the sight of the felled thorn tree terrified me as my father's dying words came back to me. I had failed to keep my promise to him, and now there would be hell to pay. But then, nothing happened. The axeman and I simply stared at the stump where the mighty tree had once stood, expecting something dramatic to occur. The axeman appeared visibly disappointed, panting heavily as a result of his exertion and looking like he was on the verge of tears. In contrast, I felt an immense relief, as if a huge burden had been lifted from my weary shoulders. Perhaps it had all been nothing more than a myth, an old story to scare children. In that moment, I truly thought that Abertalk was not real, and this had proved it. But I'd counted my chickens too early. It all happened so quickly that it's a blur in my memory. What I do remember is the ground suddenly opening up, a hole in the earth emerging as the stump and roots were forced upwards by something digging from below. And suddenly, a figure shot out of the gap, appearing like an acrobat, performing a reverse somersault, landing gracefully on his feet and facing the shocked axeman head-on. The monster that emerged from the ancient tomb resembled a man, but clearly he was not a human being. Not anymore, at least. He was short and hunchbacked, his head bald and his skin yellow and appearing like leather. His eyes were cold and calculating, like those of a reptile, and his gaping mouth contained long and sharp fangs. I was truly horrified by the sight of him, not wanting to believe what my eyes were seeing. Abartok had risen. The legend was real, and this fool had set him free, an ancient terror unleashed upon the modern world. The axeman had achieved his task, but he seemed to be as shocked as I was at the vampire's sudden appearance. However, he soon recovered sufficiently to drop his axe and fall to his knees in an act of submission, greeting Abartok emotionally as he bowed his head. "Oh, Master, I am so happy to see you. I've waited so long for this glorious day." The vampire surprised me by smirking. He opened his mouth and spoke through bone-dry lips, his voice deep and inhuman. To my astonishment, he spoke in perfect English. "My dear child," he began, talking directly to the now disarmed axeman. "I have waited far longer than you can possibly imagine, and you have set me free. For this, I am forever grateful. Now, child, stand tall, so I may look you in the eye." The axeman did so, standing upon shaking legs. Ironically, the man was a few inches taller than the hunchback vampire, but his body language was entirely submissive, and there was no doubt who was in control. I watched on impotently as Abartok reached out with his wrinkled hand, extending nails as long and sharp as claws, and he touched the man gently on his cheek. "Oh, my poor child, you have sacrificed so much," he whispered. "Let me take away your pain." "Anything for you, Master," the man stammered, with tears visible in his eyes. What happened next was the most horrifying event I've ever witnessed. With one powerful motion, Abartok grabbed the man's long hair, cracking his head back before lunging forward and biting deep into his victim's exposed neck. Dark blood poured from the wound like water from a tap. The victim tried to scream, but his mouth was soon filled with blood, and his body violently convulsed as Abartok continued to feed. I should have intervened, or at least made some attempt to stop the brutal attack, but I was terrified and literally could not move a muscle. Mercifully, the assault soon came to an end. Abartok had his fill of fresh blood and allowed the man's limp body to fall into the dirt, his life force extinguished. And then the vampire turned his attentions towards me, his head turning, with dark blood still dripping from his lips as he focused his predatory gaze upon me. Suddenly, I came back to reality, my temporary paralysis turning to action as I raised my shotgun and aimed. I was determined to kill this monster before he made me his next victim. I centered the vampire in my crosshairs and squeezed the trigger, feeling the heavy kickback against my shoulder as the mighty blast filled the air. Abartok moved at the last possible second to avoid the buckshot, and damn, he was fast. The vampire ducked sideways and rapidly approached from my left as I desperately tried to re-aim. Before I could act, Abartok grabbed the shotgun, easily pulling the weapon from my hands and leaving me defenseless. I tried to run, but he was on me in an instant, knocking me down into the mud and pinning me to the ground. His vile face was only inches from mine, with the blood from his last victim dripping down from his fangs. The stench off him was nearly unbearable, and I could barely breathe. I couldn't believe how strong the creature was, as my desperate attempts at squirming free were in vain. I was entirely at his mercy. Somehow, I managed to plead for my life through quaking lips, speaking just one word: "Please." Abartok laughed in open mockery as he continued to hold me down, his cold reptilian eyes surveying me like I was a piece of meat. "You are nothing but a pathetic worm," he sneered, "just like the rest of mankind, weak and stupid. little better than cattle. For years, I have been trapped beneath ground, only able to observe as your kind continues to breed and corrupt the earth. But finally, after all these long centuries in captivity, I am free to seek vengeance. I continue to shake uncontrollably, unable to move or speak as tears rolled down my cheeks. I was sure Abertok meant to kill me, to drain my blood and leave my body in the dirt, but as it turned out, he had other plans for me. You may cease your pitiful performance, lowly worm. He sneered in disgust. I have decided to show you mercy. Had I not already fed, I would take pleasure in drinking your blood. But instead, I will give your pathetic existence meaning. You may go forth and tell your people that Abertok has risen. Tell them that I have returned to claim what is rightfully mine. Tonight is only the beginning, and soon blood will spill across these lands. I looked into his hateful eyes and knew he was serious. Abertok despises mankind and blames them for his suffering, and he means to wreak bloody vengeance in his former dominion. I nodded my head meekly and closed my eyes. A moment later, the pressure on my chest and wrists was lifted, and when I opened my eyes, Abertok had fled into the night, leaving me bruised and shaken in the mud. I have no desire to become Abertok's emissary. Nevertheless, I've tried to warn people of the deadly threat he poses, only to be mocked and called crazy. I phoned the police immediately after the incident, but unsurprisingly, they didn't believe a word of my story. I was questioned at length over the dead body found on my land, but eventually got released without charge. Given the bite wounds on the dead man's throat, the PSNI concluded that he'd been a victim of an animal attack, and they put out an alert for a rabid dog. I've also spoken to clergymen from both denominations, only to be accused of heresy. So, all my warnings have fallen on deaf ears, and in the weeks which have followed, there have been a spate of attacks on livestock, and 2 missing persons reported in our locality alone. What's more, there have been reports of a hunchbacked figure darting through the streets of Garva and Dungiven late at night, terrifying locals and prompting frightened parents to keep their children indoors after dark. Abertok is on the loose, and he won't stop. Not ever. As long as he has access to fresh blood, he'll continue to cause mayhem and terror throughout the country. I'm racked with guilt on my part in letting him escape, knowing I should have done more to confine the monster to his tomb. And now I'm desperate, hoping against hope that somebody on this forum will have the knowledge or ability to stop Abertok once and for all. Please help me before this monster kills again. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. We were looking for a light in the dark. That's not a metaphor. My brother, Max, took me camping. I knew he was an experienced camper. Our father used to take him almost every month. One of Max's goals in life was to be able to survive in the wilderness for a week without any equipment except a knife and a canteen. Over the years, he had been slowly learning new tricks and spots to become more proficient at it. So, taking me camping with the full kit was going to be easy. That is, until it got dark. "How you doing, Grace?" he asked as we slowly shuffled onward. "My legs are aching like a bitch," I muttered. "I still don't see any light either, so I'm going to have to kill you. You'll have to find me first. It shouldn't be far. The GPS says it's about 300 feet that way." The forest was still and surprisingly calming. I was also listening to music, so the mellow atmospheric tones humming in my left ear helped, but it was mostly the colors. I've always liked the cool colors of blue and purple. The blending of the two in the dark was surreal. It was a dream made real. I couldn't understand why people were bothered about being in a forest at night. It was heavenly. At least it was for me. I also know I would have enjoyed it a lot more if we had found a place to settle instead of trudging between the trees. But Max had something special in mind. "I see it," he said. In the distance was a faint blue light, like a glowing bug zapper. One of those solar-powered deals that weren't very bright, but they helped you find a garden path at night. For us, it led us straight to the door of a 2-room cabin, complete with a tiny fireplace to warm the inside. "What is this?" I asked. "I found it a while ago. Thought I would clean it up," Max explained. "Had a lot of old crap, but now it's empty. And the fireplace isn't the best. It has some leaks, but I brought some things to fix that tomorrow." I was wondering where the hell the tents were. I laughed, throwing my pack into the second room. The rooms were as small as 2 closets, but that was at least enough room to set up a sleeping bag and open the door without bashing someone in the head. When it came to camping, I dreaded the idea of sleeping in a tent. Something about having just a thin layer of plastic fabric between me and nature while I slept was not enough. Actual cabin walls made a big difference. Max knew that, so I was grateful that he took us there. We set up our places. I took the room at the back, while he took the room with the door leading outside. After slipping into my sleeping bag, I was more than ready to fall asleep. My body was begging for it. Minding the door and fireplace equipment in the corner, I sighed. I almost wept with joy, but my mind finally shut down first. Before it did, I thought I heard Max say something, but I can't remember what. The next morning was a barrage of sounds. It felt like I had woken up in the bird section of a zoo. All types of chirps and twitters filled my ears and kept me from falling back to sleep. I would have happily stayed tucked into my cocoon until noon, but it wasn't just the birds that wouldn't let me sleep. The door burst open. "Get up. It's almost 9 already," Max said. "Fuck off," I grunted. Max reached down and grabbed the foot of my sleeping bag, dragging me from my room to his and then out the front door. I was groaning and cursing him out, getting louder and louder. Eventually, he let go, leaving me sitting in my sleeping bag, in my pajamas, surrounded by damp forest leaves and laughing birds. Max stood there, already dressed and taking a deep breath of the forest air. "Hasn't your new wife taught you how to behave around women yet?" I asked. "She has, but you're not a woman. You're my sister. I'm going to repair the chimney. You can collect wood for the fireplace." And with that, Max turned around and walked back to the cabin. "And get a lot. I need something to cook breakfast on as well." My stomach rumbled at the thought. After returning to the cabin and changing, I set out to gather a ton of sticks and twigs. When I could, I dragged a few logs that weren't so damp. I saw a hand axe in Max's pack, so he could split them for the fireplace. It took a lot longer than I thought it would, but that was most likely because I was distracted by the forest itself. With both earphones in, I treated it like I was in some kind of movie. an orchestra played over the small scenes of me picking up pieces of wood for the fire. Violins hummed when I looked up towards the treetops and the sky. The melodic sounds matched the tempo of the dappled shadows dancing on the forest floor. I know it sounds silly, but I know I'm not the only one who does that. Sometimes you need a little more escapism with your escapism. However, something strange happened. My music was interrupted by a screeching. It was like a bad signal. The same kind of sound you hear when tuning a radio, and you are almost hitting the right point. You can hear the voices, but the static is still much louder. Only, I wasn't listening to a radio or some streaming service. It was music on my phone. I thought the earphones were screwed at first, but before I could take them off, the music returned. Crystal clear. I was too mellow to care, let alone investigate what caused it. I blamed the technology and continued gathering wood. With a bundle wrapped in my arms, I turned around and made my way back to the cabin. Max was inside, working at the chimney while I set the wood outside. While he did that, I took out my brand new Wilderness Survival Guide, Pocket Edition, and turned to the page on making a fire. I heard Max chuckle as he saw me, laughing a weird laugh. But I ignored him. It was my first real experience camping. I wasn't going back until I made a fire on my own. There are many ways to make a campfire. It all depends on how you set up the wood. I started clearing a space, creating a barrier of rocks, and then putting the wood in the shape of a teepee tent. I chose that style because that was the kind of campfire style I had seen in movies. Again, escapism with my escapism, and it worked. The wood shavings I scraped off a branch with my knife made perfect tinder. The flames took to them, and the fire took to the wood. I have made fire. I roared. I have made fire. Nothing quite matched that feeling of euphoria. It was then I forgot my problems completely. Max had brought me to the forest to help me get over some personal issues I had been having. It was a suggestion from his wife. Lighting that fire felt like burning the last of that misery away. I think Max felt the same way. When I looked over at him, he was smiling from ear to ear. I could see a slight sadness in his eyes that quickly vanished, pride taking its place. I let the moment linger in the silence, focusing on the fire. I was just messing with the flames at some point, but it didn't matter. My first campfire, it was something to enjoy. Remembering breakfast, I looked back up at Max. He was still looking at the chimney, applying some kind of paste to the edgings and rusted areas. I think he was sealing the gaps with a putty-like substance. "Hey, bring me the food and stuff," I said. "There's some..." "Hello? Are you listening?" Max hid his face, waving his hand to say he was listening as he walked deeper into the cabin. I looked back down at the fire and sighed. For a moment, I felt like a nagging child, but I let the feeling slip. Something I had learned to brush off after a few years in university. I was a basket of insecurities then. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I took it out, thinking I got a text or something, but no, not a single message. I didn't even have any signal to begin with. Still, the phone buzzed strangely in my hand at weird intervals. I thought it was freaking out, that maybe I had a virus. Not sure how to deal with it, I just turned it off. With a thump, my pack landed next to me while I sat by the fire. Max had thrown it and turned to the fireplace. I thought it was rude, a little too rude for even him. I get light-hearted sibling fights, but I had some fragile things in there. It was a step too far, and from his body language, I think he realized it. I swallowed my words and went to work on setting up water to boil. Coffee first, food later. With the water over the fire, I realized I needed a bit more fuel. I stood up and looked out towards the forest trees. picked a direction, and took a step. As I did, I felt a dropping sensation. I thought I was having a panic attack, but I hadn't had any in years, which only worried me more. That sudden sensation where it feels like you've just woken up in a dark room filled with unseen threats. A tap was turned, and I began to sweat. I turned around to tell Max, but I saw him there in the doorway of the cabin, looking at me, arms at his sides. Max was sweating too, but he didn't seem to show any expression. He tried smiling at me, but struggled. Then he returned to neutral. "I'm struggling to breathe a little," I told him. Not sure why, and it was his eyes. They lacked any kind of humanity. The way he looked at me terrified me. It was the source of my overwhelming anxiety. "Max, what's wrong with you?" I asked. "Are you sick?" Max didn't say anything. My phone started to screech in my pocket again. Even the sounds of nature around us didn't make sense. It was like it was playing in reverse and distorted. I felt isolated. In those brief seconds, I realized that Max didn't say a word when I returned, nor when I was making the fire. He was strangely silent the entire time, and it felt wrong. I had found the threat that was making me feel nervous. It was Max. The moment I realized this, a piece of damp wood in the fire popped and Max ran towards me. He was fast, faster than I was by a long shot. His face seemed to twist in on itself. I panicked, frozen in place until he was only a few feet away. My knees gave out, and the movement snapped me to attention. I hunkered down, his arms missing me and his body crashing over me. I fell too, but I had an easier time getting to my feet. He didn't. He seemed to scramble on all fours, pushing the ground wrong with his arms, causing him to slip on the mud. The longer I looked at him, the more I found mistakes. Mannerisms that weren't even human. I ran to the cabin in a panic. There weren't any windows, just a single door. I would be trapped, but I would also be safe. I could have run in any other direction, but Max could outrun me. It wouldn't matter how much of a head start I had. I slammed the door shut, placing the plank deadbolt across the door. My last glimpse of Max was him getting to his feet and looking straight at me. Shortly after, he was bashing against the door with the full force of his body. My breathing was ragged as I backed away. I felt an itching sensation as I heard the weird sounds he made as the air was forced from his lungs. The breathing made me lightheaded. I didn't even react when I fell back. I just hit the ground, taking the fall in stride as I stared at the door. Tuning the thumps out became easier until the only sounds I heard were my heart pounding and the soft sobs that escaped my lips. I brought my knees up and hugged them, letting myself break while I was safe. When I calmed down, I tried to make sense of what was happening. When my body could obey instructions again, I told it to get up and search the cabin for something to defend myself. There wasn't much to choose from. Then I remembered seeing an iron fire poker sitting in the corner of the room at the back where I slept. It was rusty, heavy, and the only thing that could be considered a weapon. I opened the door and found my sleeping bag, and Max is bunched up in one corner, covered in blood and a pale arm sticking out. One of the fingers was crooked, missing the tip of the nail. I could feel something in me snap, my eyes instantly recognizing the forearm before my mind. But my mind refused. A moment later, I closed the door to the room, fire poker in hand. I couldn't tell you exactly how much time passed between that and what happened next. The day passed, and I know that. The warm light that did make it into the cabin had vanished. It felt colder. The thumps had stopped, but the imposter was still outside. I could hear it breathing. I could hear its steps as it shuffled around the cabin. I could hear it speak with Max's voice, talking about things like the weather and types of trees.
Big trees, big trees.
It wasn't speaking to me. It was just speaking, imitating. I was starving. I knew I had only one real option, and it became a lot less possible the longer I waited. I am not the kind of person to do something so brave or crazy without the threat of death. I was going to try fighting it. I stood up and took steps towards the door. As I did, the creature followed the sound through the cabin. When I stopped, I heard it stop as well, until I finally reached the door itself. It stood on the other side, waiting. A tear ran down my face, just imagining my brother's face staring at mine through the wood. My hand tightened around the poker, and I lifted the plank out of the way. No barricade, no lock. The door opened slowly at first, but I was scared already. I leaned back, lifted one leg, and braced for the hardest kick I could muster. My boot hit the area beside the lock, sending the door back suddenly into the creature. I don't know if it made a sound. I was screaming after that. I saw its arm. I started swinging the poker. There was a little iron hook thing at the end, something that could dig into someone and do some real damage. My swings weren't perfect, but when that hook did catch, the creature hesitated long enough for me to get a few more hits in. For the most part, it reacted like a human would. It raised its arm in defense. It yelled in Max's voice. But the change happened again. A sudden shift. I could sense it. The screaming stopped, and the flailing stopped. I was glad it was dark enough to hide his face. I didn't want to see it. I didn't stop. I kept hitting it. Even when it stopped moving, I hit everything that wasn't already heavily damaged. The arms, the chest, the head, the legs, and the head again. I felt something warm on my hands and the legs of my pants. The smell was enough to tell me what it was. More tired than satisfied, I finally dropped the iron poker. I ventured back into the back and grabbed my pack. I stared at the door to the back room for a long time. Can't carry him. What are you doing? I said to myself. Stop. Stop looking. Stop. Go now. My body eventually listened to my mouth, turning me around and marching outside, past the body and between the trees. I stared at the small screen on the GPS, orienting myself. I started walking. When I reached the end of the clearing, I looked back. The cabin stood there, a black block in the cool darkness. I turned back around and kept walking. My head felt empty. It was on autopilot. I felt cold and detached, like I was wandering through a dream world I knew to be a dream. I stumbled. I scratched my arms, but I didn't complain or curse. 10 minutes later, I heard a yell. It was a scream for help. It was human. It was male, and it came from the direction of the cabin. I kept going. The screaming faded. My face was cold with tears. It's been a few weeks since then. Mourning shouldn't be like this. Loss shouldn't be so cold and terrifying. The amount of regret I feel doesn't seem to subside. I don't regret running into the cabin. For me, it was the only way to stay safe and prepare myself. It was the right decision. I also don't regret attacking the creature. It wouldn't have left, and I don't think I could outsmart it. What I regret more than anything else is that I didn't check Max's body. That scream could have easily been a tactic for the creature to lure me back. Yet, it knew that the body was in the cabin. It knew I would discover it. It knew that I wouldn't fall for another Max impersonation. It's possible that scream was Max's, the real Max. It's possible that he was alive, just injured. It's possible I left him to die at the hands of that creature or something else. I tell myself so many times that the creature must not have been that smart, that it was trying to trick me because that's all it knew how to do. But I just don't know. I don't know, and that sickens me. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to descent into the unknown for more terrifying stories. My brother is missing. He has been gone for the better part of 2 years. This wouldn't be unusual for Gary, though. We grew up together, separated by only a few years. He was always the adventurous one. Gary, courageous, brave, and intelligent, the worst combination for an older brother. Everybody loved and admired him, and I lived in his shadow. Most people would be resentful, but Gary was a character who raised those around him. I always knew he would end up making a positive difference in the world. When he told me he was going to be away for a few months, the summer of my senior year, I wasn't surprised. He had been involved with a statewide operation, which led to the seizure of a large amount of narcotics. He was an investigative journalist and had spent months working from the inside to build a case for the local police. The next big case was another year undercover, working to tear down an arms dealer. The group was supplying and fueling gang wars, profiting from the lives of men killed by the weapons he put in their hands. He told me some details over drinks one night over the holidays. He didn't say much until late into the night. He told me how involved he needed to be to get into a position to know the head of the operation. Things he didn't like to reminisce on for too long. It was the same night that he told me about his next assignment. He was working on bringing down a worldwide organization who arranged big game hunting trips for seedy individuals. I met him a couple of months later, and he told me he was leaving the country to meet up with the group. That was the last I heard from him until today. I received an email this morning from an unknown sender. The subject title said, "For the attention of the big fella." I normally would delete these on receipt, but the title caught my attention. Gary had always called me the big fella since I passed him in height at 15. I'm about an inch taller than him and wouldn't be considered the big fella by any means. The email contained a text file and journal detailing his time spent with the group. The text file just said the following: "I don't think I'm gonna make it back from this one, big fella. The latter is why I have reached out to you. I fear something terrible has happened. I am trying to track down his location from any clues hidden in these files. Unfortunately, I have to piece together the story from fragmented documents. I'm hoping one of you may be able to help locate him. May 5th, 2022. Last week, I received a notification to meet in a small town in North Dakota. It was addressed to Mr. Jonathan Marley, the alias in which I have been communicating under. The letter was stamped with a golden view at the head of the page. There was a list of essentials, such as camping equipment, warm clothing, and hunting equipment. Food would be provided on site before departure. There was a highlighted asterisk beside hunting equipment. It said, "If bringing your own weaponry, rifle, and sidearm must be compatible with .308 and 9mm caliber, respectively. Weapons will be provided on departure if requirements cannot be met." The request felt strange to me, but I knew this group was very exclusive in admission and presumed it was part of their procedures to remain anonymous. The final part of the note stated the next part of the trip would be confirmed on the day. Our meeting point is situated on the outskirts of a forest. The town seems abandoned, other than the people from the Venatores. Latin for the hunters. A mix of men and women equipped in military-grade gear, quite heavy duty for a simple hunting expedition. The main spokesperson for the Venatores was a broad man called Crane. He wore a dusty black cowboy hat pulled down to his eyes. His right cheek had 3 prominent scars running towards his top lip. I'd like to thank you all for joining us on the first great cryptid hunt. This adventure will bring us into contact with the most prestigious prey known to man. I wasn't sure what he meant by cryptid, but the other 10 people who seemed to be joining the party didn't look too confused by this. I'd just like to remind you all that this hunt is partaken at your own risk. I'm presuming you have the necessary precautions in place if something were to go wrong. A slight murmur of agreement from the crowd allowed Crane to continue. This is your last chance to pull out. Once I name our first intended target, there is no going back. Please return to your vehicle and leave if you have any doubt about your commitment. He eyed the group intensely, waiting for our response. When no one backed away, he smiled. With that, we are bound to the hunt. He raised a fist in triumph. Go collect your ammunition from the table to your left. Silver bullets are the only thing that can take down a Wendigo. The group set out as the sun reached its peak. Crane, the only member of the Venatores. The others were to hold down base camp and come to our aid if the need arose. They also were arranging transport for the next trip to Ireland. 4 members of the gang split off to the right, a hushed but frantic discussion barely audible. Marco, the son of an Italian super yacht distributor, was accompanied by his partner, Lola, and 2 friends, Antonio and Michael, all of whom were reassuring Lola that this trip was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see the magical creatures walk among us. I was unsure how anyone would describe a Wendigo as magical from the stories you would hear on the internet. My expectations for this hunt have reduced dramatically. The thoughts of uncovering a huge, illegal hunting enterprise have tethered out as I realized we will be hunting a planted elk with a sound box attached. It's hard to comprehend how the Venatores have managed to pull the wool over the eyes of so many wealthy and prominent figures. For the sake of my cover, I know I will need to play my role in this trip, but I'm hopeful that I may depart before the next destination. Where's the next leg of the trip, by the way? I called out to Crane, who led the party as we broke through the tree line. Ah, yes. I knew I was forgetting something. He turned to address us. The next target is a mythical siren who calls out to announce the passing of loved ones. A banshee? Joshua questioned in a thick Texan accent. He too adorned a cowboy hat, but his was polished and new. You got it in one, Mr. Williams. Crane clapped his hands enthusiastically. You hear that, Junior? We're heading to Ireland. Joshua clapped his son on the back as the two discussed the terrain they may have to deal with while hunting a banshee. Joshua Jr., or JJ as he was known, was the spitting image of his father, albeit about half his size. JJ needed every bit of his belt loop to keep his trousers above his ankles. As night fell, we made our camp in a clearing that Crane had spotted. We'll take turns on duty tomorrow night, if it takes that long. Tonight, I'll let you get some rest. No need to be the hero, Crane. Each one of us is experienced enough to keep a fire going. Crane dismissed the remark with some reassuring words on how he was well rested and would enjoy the tasks. That seemed to settle Joshua, as he felt there was no questioning of his abilities. I took out my notepad to scribble down my thoughts on the day so far. I was running through ideas of how the Venatores were concocting this fraudulent trip when JJ approached. Are you working on your checklist? He asked as he sat down beside me. No, just journaling the day. I like to get my thoughts down while they're still fresh. My response didn't seem to register with JJ. Me and Pops have most things checked off already. Lions, elephants, cheetahs, even a grizzly or two. JJ seemed to be reminiscing as he asked, "Have you ever encountered anything of this kind before?" "Not even in the slightest." It was an honest response. I'm aware of how much it cost to get involved with the Venators, and JJ and his father had paid double. I didn't want to be the one to break the news that what we were searching for was no more than a dud. We saw something like this on our farm a couple of years back. Kept terrorizing our cattle, tore some of them to pieces, so it did. He looked over towards his father. Pops didn't know what to do. He shot the son of a bitch damn near 10 times. It just kept coming back. Ended up having to call Mr. Bolton. He gestured to another member of our group who sat alone cleaning his rifle. Caleb Bolton was a dark-skinned man with cat-like eyes. He had his head shaved to the skin. A tree trunk-like neck was in proportion to the rest of his body. Mr. Bolton came late one night and set off into the darkness. The next morning, he came back covered in blood and deep gashes. He walked right up to Pa and said, "It's been dealt with," and just walked right off. Pop slipped him an envelope worth more than all the cows on the farm. He went off into the distance, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. I looked over at Caleb, wondering what brought a man like him here, only to notice he was staring right back. The night wore on with nothing to report. We settled in and went to sleep as Crane looked out into the forest. I woke up late into the night as a sharp stick I missed nearly punctured my lung as I rolled over. I could see Crane sitting with his back to a tree, face illuminated by the glow of his cigarette. "Can't sleep, Mr. Marley?" Crane asked, as he fished another cigarette out of his pack and handed it to me. "You can call me Jonathan," I said, as I lit the cigarette. I sat down beside him, looking out over the camp. "Will the fire not attract the Wendigo?" I asked, gesturing to the crackling blaze in the center of the sleeping bags. "No need to worry about that, Jonathan." Crane tipped the ashes onto a stone beside him and pointed across the camp into a dense area of trees. "He's been following us since we got here." Crane's words stayed with me as I lay awake. There was a small part of me that was truly scared. The part that was largely present as a child when the darkness held shadows of figures you couldn't comprehend. His demeanor would convince most that we truly were dealing with a creature of the supernatural. I left his side feeling as if we were the ones being hunted. Full of mixed emotions, I tossed and turned for what seemed like hours. My skepticism was battling hard against the situation I had found myself in. The forest added to my unease. Branches rustled as a slight breeze blew through the camp. The debate playing out in my mind was silenced by a strangled scream that echoed through the encampment. "Where's Lucas?" Ellie asked as she ripped out of her sleeping bag, grabbing her husband Levi by the shoulders. Levi gathered up his rifle and started towards the location of the uproar, calling out for his son.
"Lucas! Lucas!"
Caleb and Crane are already ahead of him. I followed after bringing the handgun I had under my pillow. Caleb and Crane split off in separate directions, directing each other through pointing and gestures. They encircled an area 15 feet from where I stood. Crane surveyed the area thoroughly as Caleb scanned the trees. Something was here all right, but I don't think it was your son. Crane looked at Levi, his face full of concern. That sense of dread intensified. Marco and Antonio came rushing towards us, their faces slick with sweat. "Lucas is okay. He was just going to the toilet," Marco said, panting. "He came back not long after you left. We weren't sure what to do, so we came to get you," Antonio said, hunching over from the extension. Levi let out a sigh of relief as he made his way over to thank the guys for bringing the good news. I turned to Crane to ask him what he thought could have made the noise, but the color had drained from his face. "We have to get back now." Crane pushed past us at full sprint, heading in the direction of camp. "It seems we have been fooled," Caleb said, much more calmly than the situation deserved. We raced through the trees, receiving nicks and cuts as we ran without hesitation. I was pulling away from the main group, just keeping pace with Crane and Caleb, my arms pumping like pistons, working to their max. The two in front didn't seem to be putting much effort in their stride, yet they ate up the ground like a marathon runner on his first mile. They were discussing what they might find on our return, but I was too focused on filling my lungs with deep breaths to hear what they were saying. They burst into camp, frightening the 4 remaining members, who looked perfectly fine sitting around the fireplace. "Jesus Christ! Crane, you frightened me half to death." Michael was gripping his rifle tightly as the others shrank in behind him. Levi was next to break the clearing, overjoyed to see his family safe and well. Ellie went over to greet him as she stretched out her arm to take his hand in hers. Lucas let out a cry of panic. Her arm never made it far enough to embrace her husband. The Wendigo burst out from the shadows, grabbing Ellie by the arm and tearing it off, and he flung her down on the moss-covered floor. She bounced with the force, but managed to remain conscious as the beast reared his fangs in her face. The sight of the creature made my blood turn to ice. It was humanoid in some respects, although its limbs were elongated beyond belief. Its ribs protruded its sides, stretching its pale skin to bursting point. Blood ran down its face and chest as it tore a chunk from the arm in which it held. It seemed to stare into my soul as I froze in place, awaiting certain death. Michael aimed at the monstrous figure, but pulled his shot. The bullet struck Ellie in the temple. On reflection, I believe it to be an act of mercy from whatever God looks down upon us. The Wendigo screamed in anger and flung Ellie's body towards us. It crashed into Lucas, knocking him back several feet, his mother's blood covering him in a shower of crimson. My stomach emptied itself of any contents left from dinner. The Wendigo stomped towards us, true evil glistening in the moonlight. Levi managed to pull himself from his daze once he noticed the creature heading towards his son. He looked at his wife's corpse, and pure rage boiled over. He tackles the Wendigo with all his might, knocking the beast back into the fire. It tripped over as its right foot caught ablaze. Levi fell on top of it and unloaded the clip of his pistol into the creature's chest. For every bullet he fired, the Wendigo tore off a strip of flesh. His chest was opened first, a mist of red spraying into the night sky. His face was the next to go. Teeth were launched 10 feet in all directions. Levi kept firing through this brutal assault. As the hammer clicked empty, not much remained to identify Levi. His rage-fueled attack cost him his life. The Wendigo pushed the remains of Levi to the side and clambered to its feet. The silver bullets lodged into his chest were bringing this monster closer to its final breath. "Steady now," Crane called out as he raised his sights. "On my mark." Lucas roared as he ran towards the Wendigo. He brandished a blade from its sheath with murderous intentions. I tried to grab him as he raised the blade for the killing blow. I could see what looked like a grin on the face of the Wendigo through the large gaping hole of Lucas's chest. The Wendigo had punched through, tearing his heart out in one swift motion. "For fuck's sake," Crane said in disbelief. "Fire." The forest erupted in a cacophony of gunfire as bits of Wendigo were torn apart. It crumpled to the ground, relishing in the delight to gain one more soul before it fell. Crane dropped his rifle and walked back to his tree where his cigarettes once were. He picked up the tattered box, which had been destroyed in the melee. I offered him one of mine as we sat by the tree, soaked in the blood of many. And then There was 7, he said, as he ignited his match on the stricker box. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to descend into the unknown for more terrifying stories. May 10th, 2022. It's hard to comprehend the horrors we encountered in North Dakota. It's even more difficult to understand that our world is full of creatures outside the confines of reality. When I set out on this assignment, I was looking to expose the illegal hunting of endangered species, bring justice to those who believed they were greater than the law. That now seems like a fool's errand. How can someone worry about such an insignificant matter? From a young age, I knew that the noises at night could be worked out with logic. A creaking in the attic, the house is still settling into its foundations. Shrill screams late at night, just some foxes calling to each other. The feeling that something's watching you as you turn off the lights and run upstairs. It's just your mind playing tricks on you. Hard to imagine a fully grown adult sprinting upstairs to his bed once the lights are off. But I have taken 3 steps at a time each night since. We left the forest when dawn broke. All 8 of us walked as if we were trailing a hearse. I suppose you could say we were. The team from base camp came and removed any evidence of the night before. The bodies of Ellie, Levi, and Lucas were being transported ahead of us. Crane spoke to us beforehand, outlining the procedure that would occur if any of us were to perish during these trips. The Venatores didn't stay hidden in the shadows by doing things half-assed. They had already arranged cover stories for each individual that was invited. The Sanders family, who had majority stakeholdings in a big pharma company, had already given notice of their plans to retire to the Bahamas. Photos and title deeds of a property were already being doctored to embellish the story. We reached the camp and put our gear into the truck that would transport it to our next location. We were each given tickets for separate flights into Dublin Airport over the next few days. Once we landed, we would be picked up and travel to Galway. Recent sightings have indicated banshee activity in a town called Athenry. Galway is known for its music, arts, and stone walls, but we wouldn't be engaging in any of the local festivities. With my initial role in this operation no longer required, let alone worthwhile, I decided to continue with this group to document the paranormal creatures of the world. I arrived in Dublin and was met by Arthur. Arthur was one of the Venatores who was with us in North Dakota. We had a few hours to drive to Athenry, so we had time to kill. I asked Arthur about how he ended up being involved with Crane and the others. Arthur was an older man, his face showing signs of wrinkles. Judging by his tan skin, he spent a lot of time working outside. Arthur told me how he used to farm back in the States. He was a dairy farmer who had took over the family farm when his father retired. His first encounter with the supernatural was on a trip in Argentina. His uncle was worried Arthur was missing out on seeing the world, and looked after the farm while Arthur and his friend went on a 3-month trip across South America. Our last stop before heading home was in the northwestern region of Argentina. We were staying in a small village which lived off the surrounding farms. I was fascinated how they operated the farms by hand. With little to no machinery, they were able to produce so much. The night before we left, one of the locals asked us if we would help look into the disappearance of some goats. 2 had gone missing in the same number of days, and the village suspected some foul play. We set off into the evening in search and stumbled across a petrified goat 2 fields over. The local lad started to get flustered and tried to head back to the village. I wasn't sure what to think. This goat was now solidified. When the shouting in Spanish began, I started to get a bit nervous. There was rustling from a nearby bush, and we saw a large snake-like creature emerge. Its eyes burned brightly in the night sky. One of the guys went to step backwards away from the noise, but was petrified on the spot. "What did you do then?" I asked. I was still coming to terms with my first encounter with something I couldn't rationalize. "What else do you do?" Arthur said sheepishly. I ran like the devil was on my heels. At the time, I was just fearful of my life. Even now, with over 10 years in this field, basilisks are not to be taken lightly. We arrived just after dusk. The moonlight illuminated the stonework of the castle walls. We pulled up outside and unloaded our bags. Arthur led the way through the gates. We entered into the castle ground, lush with emerald green grass. The castle itself was quaint, not the majestic structure described in fantasy novels. It was built with a purpose and would be our base of operations. The keep itself was large and spacious. Crane was sitting in a camping chair, adding to the smoke from the open fire. The smell of burning kindling and cigarettes met us as we entered. "Ah, Mr. Marley, glad you could make it." The remaining members were setting up their beds or seeing to their gear. Caleb was sharpening a golden blade that caught the reflections of the flames. "That looks a bit fancy for hunting." I pointed to the ornamental-looking weapon he was inspecting. "A blade of pure gold is the only thing that can stop a banshee." He handed me the blade. It felt heavy in my hand. I swung the blade in an arc, feeling the weight shift through the swing. "Not the most balanced weapon," I frowned. "That may be true," he smiled, pulling out his own from a sheath on his side. He slid the blade on top of his fingers to show the equilibrium close to the handle. "But it's priceless in this situation. Just make sure you don't hit anything other than the banshee. This metal is too soft for standard use." I set up my sleeping bag next to Joshua and JJ. The latter was telling anyone who would listen about his extensive knowledge on banshee folklore. It is said that the banshee is a symbol of death here in Ireland. She is also known as the Woman of the Fairies. I could tell his knowledge on the subject matter was limited to the top search on Google. Her wailing is a foretelling of the death of a loved one. If you hear her call, a relative or someone close by will perish that night, JJ announced. He held himself like a professor, giving a lecture to an adoring class. A good pair of earplugs should sort out that problem. Crane tossed a plastic sealed bag to each of us in turn. "Put these in and get some rest. Tomorrow morning, we are meeting with a family who have been plagued by the Banshee of Athenry for over a decade." After a hearty breakfast of sausage, eggs, and bacon, we set off into the town to meet with Brian and Emily O'Connor. They moved to Athenry nearly 30 years ago and settled into the community. Brian opened a pub soon after, and they started a family. There obviously was little to do in Athenry when they first moved, since they had 10 children in 20 years. Brian was a stout man, with a warm smile and a belly fitting of a publican who regularly sampled his products. His eyes told the truth, full of sorrow and sleepless nights. His wife was easier to read. The bags under her eyes weighed heavily upon her. A picture of all 12 of them, hung on the chimney breast, showed a happy family enjoying the serenity of a summer's eve in rural Ireland. That picture was taken not long before Fiona passed. Brian noticed I was studying the photo. Hard to believe there's only 4 of us now. The Banshee had taken the lives of 3 of their children before Brian had sought help from the local priest. He thought if he blessed the property, the lady in gray might move on. It wasn't until the next year that they heard her call again. We started wearing earplugs at night and leaving the radios on. Anything to drown out her wailing. We were broken, mentally and physically. I could tell she was still trying to claim more of my family. Some nights, I would wake to goosebumps, so intense they felt like stones on my skin. I knew she wasn't finished. We had only angered her more. We got through another year using these methods. But then one day I was opening the bar and I heard her. The next morning, Cillian didn't wake. Crane put a supportive hand on the man's shoulder. We'll do what we can to rid you and your family of this deadly curse. Brian smiled weakly. God, I hope you do. If not, I'll have to take other precautions. He pointed to his right ear. It seemed to have been mutilated by some sharp object. It didn't take me long to realize the wound was self-inflicted. I was on edge for the day. Brian's words replayed in my mind. I thought of my family, my brother back home. One mistake and their lives could be in danger. Thousands of miles away, and they could be affected by my actions here in Ireland. Marco tried to lift the mood of the group. Look on the bright side. I could be the owner of a super yacht company in the morning. Caleb broke out into laughter that shook his very core. A bellowing guffaw that caught most of us off guard. Caleb was a quiet, serious man, so to see him like this lifted the mood of everyone, even me. Caleb was a mysterious individual. He was unassuming and introverted, but from what I seen during the encounter with the Wendigo, he was brave and well accustomed to these creatures of legend. I made a mental note to make an effort to sit down with him if we made it through tonight. As darkness began to swallow the evening glow, activity erupted throughout the castle keep. Right then, let's get down to brass tacks, Crane said, readying his pack. We'll need to split into 2 groups. One at the house, and one circling the area. The group outside will need to try and force her in the direction of the house, where the others can rush her with the blades. With a bit of luck, we can take her out with no casualties. Just remember, her scream is deadly, but she also will be dangerous up close. Banshees have a nasty set of nails that will cut through you like a hot knife through butter. Be on your toes, and for the love of God, keep your earplugs in at all times. He put emphasis on the last part. The group nodded in agreement, a sense of unrest evident in most faces. The groups were decided. Crane, Caleb, Antonio, and the 2 Williams would head out and surround the Banshee. Each one fitted with an earpiece that could receive communications from the transmitter here in the house. The rest of us would feed them information on where she appears tonight. I'm not ashamed to admit it, but the relief that washed over me when Crane said I was to stay at the house was overwhelming. I was already scared senseless and didn't fancy being on the front lines for this encounter. Lola seemed to have the same feeling. She visibly relaxed when the decision was made. Marco made a show of letting everyone know how disappointed he was at staying behind. I knew it was all bravado. The only one foolish enough to want to be out there was JJ. He was like a kid at Christmas. Oh, we're gonna get her good. He was talking to himself as he tightened the straps on his rucksack. Usually, a banishing spell would be used to get rid of a banshee for a period of time, but tonight, we're doing the opposite. Crane gathered the party at the door. Once you give me her position, I'll get to work on the trapping spell. Old Celtic stuff, but it works just as good. Once that's in place, things will get a bit ugly. She'll fight like the devil to get free, but we will force her back with some fire. He gestured to the wooden torches doused in fuel. They won't burn forever, so be ready to rush her from behind. The night wore on with little to no activity. Lola had volunteered to wear the last remaining earpiece to ensure transmission came through clearly. It was Michael's turn to be on watch, and he was standing on the front porch, looking out across the moonlit land. I can't see anything out of the ordinary. It's a clear night, so I would expect to notice her by now. Brian and Emily were seated at the kitchen table. Emily seemed to be saying silent prayers with her rosary beads in hand. Brian took her hand and gave her a warm smile. "It will all be over soon," he said reassuringly. She smiled back at him, but her face contorted into one full of terror. Brian turned to look at us. "She's here." I didn't need Brian to tell me what the shivers down my spine had already known. If my earplugs weren't in place, I would be hearing the wailing of a woman in the distance. Death was on the prowl tonight. Michael was scanning the landscape from the window of the kitchen. Marco accompanied with a compass in hand, waiting to give Lola the direction for the party outside. "I see her." Michael nearly dropped the binoculars. "She's perched at the base of a tree at the top of that hill." He pointed to Marco to check the compass. Lola relayed the info to Crane, and the hunt was on. We waited in silence for the signal torch to be lit. I released the breath I didn't know I was holding. The tension was insufferable. I felt helpless, but also anxious about the part I had yet to play. All of a sudden, the goosebumps intensified, almost painful. My body was shaking as I tried to figure out what was going on. Crane's binding spell must have been effective. The Banshee was in survival mode. Lola seemed to be in agony, clutching her head and screaming soundlessly to my muted hearing. She reached for the earpiece and ripped it out, tossing it across the room. Before it struck the wall, the realization of what she had done overcame her. Marco rushed over to comfort her as she heaved from the sobbing. Tears were running down her cheeks as he wiped them away. In the commotion, we had taken our eyes off of the events outside. Michael grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the door. As we exited the house, I could see the Banshee being forced towards us by Caleb in a flaming torch. I headed straight for the creature, brandishing my golden blade. Due to my lack of hearing, I wasn't aware of how loud my footsteps were as they pounded through the recently plowed field. The Banshee was well aware, though. As I closed the distance to the last few feet, she twisted to face me with an inhuman speed. I lunged at her with everything I had, looking to drive the point of my blade through her chest. She knocked the blade out of my hands, sending it flying across the ground. Her next swipe was aimed at my head. I raised my arm to block the incoming blow, and her talons tore deep into my arm. I screamed in pain as the wound burned like acid, tearing into my flesh. The force of the blow knocked me to the ground. She stood over me, eyes full of hatred, ready to claim her prey. JJ swung his torch into the creature's face. She screamed in anger, evident by the shockwaves running over my skin. She retreated away from me, but JJ smelled victory. He pushed the burning stick at her again, but this time she met it with her own assault. The torch fell to the ground, along with a couple of his fingers.
No!
Joshua screamed, his voice full of pain. He flung his blade at the Banshee, hitting its mark true. The creature began to smolder as she tried to finish off the bleeding JJ. A fresh wound opened across his chest as she disintegrated into embers of ash, floating off into the night sky. What happened back there? Where are the others? Crane demanded. Michael explained what happened back in the house. He also was able to tell us Lola had recently lost her father last year, her one remaining family member. The realization dawned on Caleb before any of us could understand the significance. So it will take Marco then. he said solemnly. Antonio looked as if he had seen a ghost. He went pale and dropped to his knees. He was taking the loss of his friend's life hard, even before it had come to pass. That night, we drank with the O'Connors, a strange mix of celebration and mourning. Marco had resigned to his fate and made it his mission to drink the family dry of whatever spirits they had in the cupboards. I found it very strange, emotions running wild like that of a wedding and a funeral all at once. Lola was inconsolable, rocking back and forward with her knees pulled up to her chest. Marco and Michael were giving their rendition of Bella Ciao at full volume. Antonio just sat there, frozen in thought. We settled Marco into one of the spare beds, one last night of comfort. The next morning, we all awoke except one. Lola's screams woke all of us in a flurry of dazed and hungover heads, popping up from sleeping bags and couches alike. She would have given the banshee a run for her money as she shook the lifeless corpse beside her. There was a crash as the doors to the bedroom slammed open. "Lola, what's the matter?" Marco asked, still drunk from the night before. He looked down on the body of his best friend, Antonio. "Antonio," Marco was shaking his body furiously. "Wake up, man." Lola's shrieking was escalating the situation. Marco had stopped shaking and had resorted to punching Antonio's lifeless corpse. Tears filled his eyes. "I always knew it," he said, looking at Lola. "You never loved me at all." He stood up and left through the back door, striking the wall with his fist, the dull crack as bone met cement. I had to step out after that. Emotions were sky high, and my body was still recovering from the ordeal that was our encounter here in Ireland. I would have thought my tolerance to the supernatural entities of this world would have increased, but I was petrified for what lay ahead. Crane was already outside, puffing away on his morning cigarette. He lit one for me as I approached. I thanked him and took a deep drag. "And then there were 6. I said as I exhaled the cloud of smoke off into the fresh, icy morning. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. Next to a roaring fire. My hands were bound, and I was surrounded by figures in black robes. The beautiful young woman, who looked like she was still in her teens, approached me, holding a nasty-looking knife encrusted with jewels. "Please don't do this," I said. She flashed a wicked grin and raised the knife over me, holding her breath for a moment before she plunged it toward my chest. 12 hours earlier, I'd never been a big fan of trucks. Why I drove one for a living was beyond me. I think it started out like so many other things. You just think you'll do it for a while, and the next thing you know, 10 years have passed and you're still doing the same thing. If this story was just about letting time slip away because I was too scared or too complacent to make a change, this would be a very boring story indeed. But it's not. There are many people who see things they shouldn't or more, to the point who see things they wish they hadn't. Most of these people make a choice to bury the forbidden memory deep in their subconscious and never think of it again. They cope through any number of methods, including drugs, alcohol, or other means. If they can't cope with it, they leave a note, a grieving family, and a lot of questions. One of the reasons they choose not to tell anyone about their experience is being labeled a crackpot, a conspiracy theorist, or a lunatic. Those are some of the nicer things these unfortunate souls get called. Then there's the censoring and blacklisting. It's all very subtle, so as not to be discovered. But that doesn't make it any less real. My story started on a bright, sunny day when it seemed like nothing could possibly go wrong. That should have been my first clue. But how could I have expected any less? Driving down the country road with the window down, the sun shining, a balmy 80 degrees outside, the music blaring from the radio as I sang along, desperately trying to stay in key. The fields were full of vegetables in their prime growing cycle. It was like everything was perfect for that one moment. I just wish that moment could have lasted. When my front passenger's side tire blew, my good feelings were shattered. I went 10 rounds with the steering wheel, trying to keep the truck on the road, but it was futile. Finally, having no other option, I yanked the wheel hard toward the left. It teetered on the edge of balance for a moment before the wheel bit into the asphalt. Going 55 when the wheel dug in was catastrophic. The truck suddenly turned into a gymnast doing a routine on the mat. Fortunately, I had already delivered my parts for the day. If not, I would have worried about a drive shaft or a transmission flying through the plywood wall that separates the cab from the back of the box truck and turning me into a bloody pancake. I think I had enough to worry about as the truck flew through the air, taking me with it. Everything seemed to move in slow motion as the truck's momentum turned it sideways and started it rolling. I had no idea how many times it flipped. I just knew how hard I was praying and how tightly I gripped the steering wheel. When it finally stopped and settled, the truck was sitting back on its wheels. I thanked God for small favors and for keeping me safe. I won't say I went unhurt. When you're flipping through the air, everything in the cab becomes a missile. I got hit by my water bottle, my bag of potato chips, my phone, even my lunchbox tagged me a couple of times. I was sure I would have bruises when I got home. After the truck settled, I turned off the engine, unbuckled my seatbelt, and slowly climbed out of the cab. My first few steps were tentative, making sure everything worked and nothing was broken. After I stretched and felt around for injuries, I took a slow lap around the truck. 3 of the 4 tires were flat, with the rear driver's side being the only holdout. There was dripping coming from underneath that seemed like different liquids mixed together. I decided it would be a good idea to get whatever I was going to salvage out of the cab quickly, just in case one of those liquids happened to be gasoline. I grabbed everything I could and went down the road 50 yards or so before setting the armful of stuff down on the berm. I sat down in the grass along the road and looked at the truck. I could see the top had been bent. It looked comical, as if it was leaning over and needed help to stand up straight. Thinking of that reminded me that I needed help. The road wasn't very well traveled. It was a 2-lane country road I had been driving on for nearly an hour, and I hadn't passed more than a handful of cars. I dug through my pile of rescued items and found my phone. I really wish I hadn't. The screen was splintered. I tried to turn it on, but it was no use. I wouldn't be calling anyone with it ever again. I looked up the road and down, but all I could see were endless miles of corn growing in the field. I hadn't seen a house for a while, so I decided I would walk in the direction I'd been going. I gathered what was useful and stowed it in my pockets. The rest went in my lunchbox, and off I went looking, every bit like a kid walking home from school. The walk worked the stiffness out of my limbs and revealed whatever injuries I had were minor. It had been 20 minutes, and I was beginning to wonder if anyone lived on this road when out of nowhere a house appeared. It looked old and run down, but it was better than nothing. I turned up the long driveway, hoping the residents were friendly, and I wasn't about to have my torso redecorated with buckshot. Just then, I passed a no trespassing sign nailed to a tree beside the driveway. I hesitated and considered turning back to look for the next house when I saw a man coming towards me on a tractor. It was already too late. He pulled up beside me and killed the engine. He was big, wearing overalls, which he filled with a belly. but I could see bulging arms from a lifetime of hard work. His silent stare made me feel the most uncomfortable I had in a long time. "Afternoon," I said, waiting for some response. He continued staring, as if I were some alien being that had wandered onto his property. "I had a little accident back the road a couple of miles, and I was wondering if I could use your phone to call a tow truck." He leaned over and spit off the side of the tractor. "That's so?" he said. "Yeah, unfortunately," I said. "A tire blew out on me, and I lost control." "Ha," he said. He eyed me up and down, making me feel more than a little uncomfortable, then started the tractor and turned it back toward the house without a word. Since I was still alive and hadn't heard any banjos playing, I decided this was his idea of a yes. I followed along behind the tractor as we headed toward the house. Not once did he look back to see if I was following. When he got to the front of the house, he yelled inside, "Darlene." Immediately, an overweight, middle-aged woman appeared in the doorway wearing a ragged dress with an apron over it. "This fella says he was in an accident down the road and needs to call a tow truck," the man said. "But the phone," she started, but was instantly silenced by a glare from the man. She hung her head. "She'll show you where the phone is," the man told me. Then he drove away on the tractor. "I'm sorry for any inconvenience, miss," I said. "It's no trouble," she said, looking up but not meeting my eyes. "The phone's in here." She stepped inside and held the door open for me to follow. The inside of the house was a stark contrast to the outside. It was clean and very well kept. I was surprised to see the portraits hanging on the wall had no dust on them at all. She led me down a hallway that ended in an immaculate kitchen. It was like someone had dropped it here straight out of a 50s TV show. I was so busy taking in the pristine condition of the room that I completely missed the phone hanging on the wall. She turned and pointed it out to me. I reached for it but wiped off my hands before picking it up so I wouldn't leave any marks. When I put it up to my ear, I heard a strange sound I couldn't identify, but no dial tone. I clicked the receiver a few times, but still got no dial tone. "It's not working," I said. She took the phone from me and tried to use it, but was unsuccessful as well. "I apologize," she said, gently hanging the phone back on its cradle. "The storm must have knocked it out." "What storm?" I said. She hesitated. "We had a storm last night and lost power," she said, avoiding my eyes. "It must have taken out the phones as well." "Didn't you know about this before?" "We don't use the phone much," she said. "If you hadn't come, I might not have known it until tomorrow or the next day." "Wow," I said. "I can't imagine going days without using my phone. I mean, we don't really have that many people to call," she said, twisting her apron into a knot. "Maybe I should try another house," I said. "Their phone might be working." "I doubt it," she said. "But you're welcome to try. Our nearest neighbor is 3 miles down the road." The thought of walking another 3 miles held no appeal to me. But if their phone was working and I could get a ride out of here, it would be worth it. There was something odd going on here, and I didn't want to be part of it. In the back of my mind, the banjo players were tuning up. "That's fine," I said. "Would you mind if I use your bathroom before I go?" "Oh, no, not at all," she said, brightening. "It's the second door on your left." Her sudden mood swing gave me the distinct impression she didn't want me here. I had no desire to be any place I'm not wanted, so no problem with me. I stepped into the bathroom and was once again impressed by the pristine nature of everything in the room. I felt almost sacrilegious using the toilet. When I was done, I washed my hands. As I glanced in the mirror, I saw a shadow move from the window behind me. I'd swear someone had just been looking in. I dried my hands and tried to put the towel back exactly where it was before exiting the room. I stepped out and nearly ran into the man. "Did you make your call?" he said. "Couldn't. The phone's not working." He said. "I was going to walk down to your neighbor's house and see if maybe their phone's working." "It won't," he said. "How do you know that?" "The phones are all on the same line. If one goes down, they all go down. Why not stay here for a while and try again later?" There was something wrong with his face. Suddenly I realized he was trying to smile. The problem was, it came across as super creepy. The other problem was, I had no reason not to wait here. No reason I could put my finger on. No reason except the creeping suspicion in the back of my mind that something wasn't right here. But how do I tell that to a farmer who's half again my size and looks like he could bend me into a pretzel? "Sure, I'll stick around for a bit," I said, wearing my friendliest smile. We went back into the kitchen. His wife seemed startled to see me return. She seemed even more startled to see her husband smiling. I sat on a chair at the table. "Okay," I thought. "Just sit here and take a break. Don't make any eye contact, and whatever you do, don't accept any. Would you like a drink?" He said. "Sure," my mouth said, making my mind say, "You dumbass." The woman brought over a glass of water, and I tried to just sip it, but it was nice and cold. I hadn't drunk anything in a while, and didn't realize how thirsty I was. I downed it in one go. At least I kept enough self-control that I didn't give a big ah. I sat the glass down on the table. "Would you like another?" she said. "No, thank you. I was just thirsty from walking." "What do you deliver with your truck?" he said. "Car parts," I said. "I deliver to local repair shops." They both wore the polite, "Isn't that interesting?" looks that told me it wasn't interesting to them at all. Darlene rose from her seat. "I should be starting supper," she said. "Would you like to stay and have supper with us?" "Oh no, I don't want to trouble you," I said. "It's no trouble," the man said. "I really should be going." "Where?" he said. "Why don't you have supper with us, and you can try the phone again after?" "That sounds great, but we're not good enough for you to spend time with?" he said. That's not at all what I was going to say. I stood there, his glare burning through me. "Of course, I'll stay for supper." His hardened facial expression melted into a smile. "Great," he said. "I'll go wash up in the upstairs bathroom, and you can use the one down here." I smiled, but my mind was screaming, "What did you get us into?" I followed him out of the kitchen and went into the bathroom while he went upstairs. I could hear the steps creaking under his weight as he ascended. I stood there holding the bathroom door, looking at my escape, the front door a handful of steps away. But where would I go? Back out on the road where he could easily find me. Maybe I could flag down a passing car before he knew I was gone. But then again, who knew when a car would go by? This wasn't exactly the interstate. In the end, I gave up and went into the bathroom to wash up. Not knowing exactly what that meant other than washing my hands, I decided to wash my face too, just in case. As I dried my face, I saw the shadow in the window again. I tried to play it cool and put the towel back on the rack, then slid over toward the window and darted toward it. The shadow was too quick and disappeared before I could get a look. I came back over to the mirror and stared into the tired eyes of a man in his late 30s who had traded his dreams for a secure job. "You must be crazy," my reflection said. "Why don't you crawl out that window and get away from here?" I turned and looked at the tantalizing window. When I turned back to the mirror, my reflection was still there. You want me to take the risk of escaping while you sit nice and comfy in your frame? I said. Why don't you escape? My reflection glanced at the window but didn't make a move toward it. That's what I thought, I said to the reflection. I stepped out of the bathroom and was greeted by the most delicious smell. I glided into the kitchen and drank in the smell of glorious food. What's that amazing smell? I said. Darlene jumped and turned around, brandishing a large spoon in self-defense. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, I said. It's all right, she said, her cheeks turning red. I'm not used to anyone coming to the kitchen until I call for them. Do you need any help? Help? She said, looking at me like she didn't understand the word. Yeah, help, like with setting the table, I said. Oh no, I always take care of that, she said. But thank you. I went to the table and sat down, watching her glide through the kitchen with practiced ease. In no time, plates, glasses, and silverware appeared on the table. I noticed 5 place settings, including the one where I sat. I was about to ask about the others when she yelled, "Supper!" It startled me when I realized it was the loudest I'd heard her say anything. The man came through the door first, followed by a boy, maybe 11 years old. Next came a young woman in her teenage years. I quickly glanced away. The man's eyes bored into mine, and I suddenly found the pattern on the dishes to be the most interesting thing I'd ever seen. Darlene brought over a large bowl and a plate full of biscuits. 3 hands each grabbed a biscuit. The man took 2 and began to disassemble them on their plates, then poured the gravy over the remnants of the biscuit. Well, what are you waiting for? The man said to me. Help yourself. I took a biscuit and separated it in half, then poured gravy over it that had chunks of meat in it. What kind of meat is this? I said, inhaling the tantalizing aroma. Chicken, Darlene said, darting her eyes toward the man. It smells amazing, I said, picking up my fork and diving into the gravy-soaked biscuit. Aren't you forgetting something? The man said. I looked around and found all eyes on me as my fork froze halfway to my mouth. I paused and set it down, then folded my hands as the others had already done. Dear Lord, the man said, thank you for the hands that prepared this meal and for blessing us with another day of life. Please help this fella to find his final destination and bless us to do your bidding. Amen. I opened my eyes, and everyone else was already devouring their meal. I picked up my fork, checking to be sure I wasn't going to be admonished for eating this time, and began devouring as well. To call the simple fare delicious would be an understatement. It was hands down the most incredibly tasty meal I'd ever eaten. I shot Darlene my biggest smile. This is really delicious, I said. The man glared at me. The children shot curious looks at me. Darlene blushed and looked away. What? I said. We're not big on compliments around here, the man said. We do what needs to be done and don't expect a fuss to be made about it. Oh, sorry, I said, unsure if I was really being made to apologize for complimenting someone. The man grunted and everyone went back to eating. I kept my eyes on my plate to avoid any further mistakes. When my plate was empty, I looked at the 2 remaining biscuits. You can have another if you want, the man said. Only if no one else wants it, I said. The man looked around the table. It's still on the plate, ain't it? Yes. Then nobody else wants it. I tentatively reached for the delectable lump of dough, waiting to see if anyone would change their mind. When no one did, I pulled it apart and doused it in the golden gravy. Within 2 minutes, it was gone. I sat back, feeling satisfied as Darlene cleared the table and did the dishes. I considered offering to help, but after the compliment speech, I was pretty sure that wouldn't go over very well. Do you mind if I try the phone again? I said. The man gave me a dismissive wave, which I took for yes, and I left the table only to be disappointed by the continued lack of a dial tone. Still no luck, the man said. Nope. Why don't you stay here for the night? He said. Oh no, I said. I couldn't impose on you like that. It's not imposing, he said. We have a spare room. I couldn't, really. Okay, how about this? He said. You stay the night. If the phone doesn't work in the morning, I'll drive you home. You would do that? He smiled. Absolutely. How can I refuse? I said. Great, I'll show you to your room. I followed him up the stairs to the end of a long hallway. There were 3 doors on the left-hand side and 2 doors on the right. We went to the last door on the left and into a beautiful bedroom. Wow, this is amazing, I said. He looked around. It's just a room, he said. If you need to use the bathroom, it's across the hall. Thank you very much, I said, holding out my hand. He grabbed it and shook it with a wide smile. My pleasure. I waited until he left to collapse to the floor in agony at my hand that had been crushed by his handshake. Funny thing was, I didn't think he was trying to hurt me. It was just his natural strength. I made a mental note to never anger this man. I set my lunchbox of belongings I'd brought from the truck on the bed and started going through them. I pulled out the small flashlight and set it on the nightstand. Next was the keychain-sized can of pepper spray. I looked at it for a moment, then stuck it in my pants pocket. I stuck the multi-tool in my pocket as well, then set the rest, mainly consisting of snacks, in the drawer. I wandered over to the window and looked out. It must have faced the back of the house, because all I could see was a barn and a lot of field. The boy and the man were out there busying themselves with chopping firewood and throwing it on a pile. I didn't think too much of it since it was July and winter would be here soon enough. The sun was almost down, and with it, my last thoughts of going back to the truck or trying to walk to another house. I'd heard stories about things that roamed the countryside in the dark. I'd seen my share of them and knew they were nothing to be trifled with. This place was nice, and the people were friendly in their own quirky way. I decided to go to the bathroom and get ready for bed. I opened my door and almost ran into the girl as she was reaching for the bathroom door. Sorry, I said. Would you like to go first? She said, looking down. No, you go ahead. She looked at me for a moment and grinned. I backed into my room and closed the door. I searched the room, looking for anything to entertain me. There was no TV, no radio, nothing to distract me. In desperation, I opened a drawer and a Bible stared back at me. I shrugged. Maybe the good book will help me keep my mind off bad things. I flipped it open, stopped on a random page and read James 1:14. But each person is tempted when they are dragged away by their own evil desire and enticed. Then, after desire has conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it is full grown, gives birth to death. Great, I thought, slamming the book closed and tossing it back in the drawer. Just then, there was a light tapping at the door. I went to it and opened it only to find the girl standing there just inches from me. I'm done, if you'd like to use the bathroom now, she said. Thank you, I said. I darted across the hall, shut the door. 5 minutes later, I opened the door to go back to my room, but found the way blocked by the man. He stared down at me. Enjoying yourself? He said. I'm sorry, I said, starting to sweat. Is the room okay? Are you enjoying yourself? Oh, yes, very much, thank you. He smiled and nodded, then stepped into the bathroom and closed the door. I glanced down the hallway, and there stood Darlene. She saw me and stopped, then went into her bedroom. I turned and went into my room, closed the door, and and tried to shake off this eerie feeling that no one wanted me here, but they were all pretending they did. I laid down in the comfortable bed, leaving my clothes on. I'm not really sure why. I just didn't feel right taking them off. It didn't take long for me to drift off to sleep, hoping the morning would come soon and I would be out of here. I don't know what woke me, but the room was dark when I opened my eyes. There was moonlight beaming in from the windows, bathing the room in a pale glow. I sat up and looked outside to see a roaring fire in the backyard. I tried to get up and look, but someone was standing in my way. It was Darlene. She was standing beside the bed, staring at me. "Is everything okay?" I said, hesitantly. She didn't answer, just stared at me blankly, as if she were sleepwalking. I went to the other side of the bed, but someone was there too. It was the girl. She also was staring at me with a blank look. I tried to slide to the end of the bed, but the man and the boy were standing there staring as well. They were all dressed in black robes. I backed up until my back was against the headboard. "What is this?" I said, my eyes darting back and forth from one person to the next. No one answered. It was eerily silent. I was hard-pressed to hear if they were even breathing. My heart was beating so loud. I had a sudden flashback to a zombie movie where this same thing happened right before they ate the person. My mind was reeling. I was in full panic mode. I had no idea what they wanted, but I was sure it wasn't good. I thought about making a break for it, but they had me surrounded. I started thinking in terms of the weakest link. The girl was standing beside the bed. Surely, I could push past her before one of the others could get a hold of me. It would have been a good plan if the door was on the wall beside the bed, but it wasn't. It was on the wall at the foot of the bed, which meant pushing past her, then trying to get past the man and the boy before reaching the door. I was past regretting ever seeing this house. I was only concerned with getting out alive. While I was thinking about escaping, they made their move. They all grabbed me at the same time. It happened so fast, I had no way of avoiding it. I tried to pull away, but their grip was like iron. It was even impossible to yank out of the girl's grip. They held me down and tied my hands with rope. Then they lifted me out of the bed and walked me down the stairs. We walked through the kitchen and out the back door where the blazing fire awaited, surrounded by a dozen people dressed in similar black robes. We stepped inside the circle of people and stopped just before the fire. It was burning so hot I began to sweat. The man stood behind me and held me in an iron grip. Darlene stepped up to the fire, then turned and addressed the group. "Once again, our Lord had provided a sacrifice," she said, making me go into sheer convulsions of panic. The man gripped me tighter, nearly making me scream with pain. He picked me up and laid me on a picnic table. All I could think of was a barbecue, and I was the prize pig. Darlene began murmuring in some language I didn't know. It was repeated by the rest of the group. Even the young boy was murmuring and looking at me with malice in his eyes. The sounds reached a fever pitch as they raised their hands and looked to the sky. I tried to take advantage of the moment and roll off the table, but the man's grip on my shoulders was like a vice. They reached a crescendo and the sound died down as they lowered their hands and locked all eyes on me. I knew my time had come. Darlene turned toward me and pulled out a wicked-looking dagger that was covered in gemstones. She took a step toward me, then turned and handed it to her daughter. She took it in two hands with reverence, then held it by the hilt and started toward me. The once angelic face had taken on a menacing grin. She approached the table, receiving approving looks from all those around as they closed the circle in tight. "Please, don't do this," I said. She flashed a wicked grin and raised the knife over me, holding her breath for a moment before she plunged it toward my chest. I was out of options. I did the one thing I swore I'd never do again. My hands darted up with inhuman speed and caught hers, holding the knife at bay. She struggled, putting all her weight into the downward thrust, but my hands had already grown larger and hairier. Her eyes grew wide as she drank in my transformation, watching as my arms, legs, and chest grew insanely strong muscles and became covered in fur. Her shock was magnified when I flexed my arms and shattered her wrists, bending them backward and plunging the knife into her chest. Her mouth fell open to scream, and I filled it with my claws, ripping straight through the back of her head. I grabbed her throat and ripped it out. She fell, blood pouring from her neck, her eyes frozen in a state of shock. The man tried to wrestle me back down, but I towered over him, grabbing him by the torso and throwing him down on the table, shattering it and his back. I grabbed his arms and legs and twisted them together, hearing the bones snap as I made him into a human pretzel. Darlene was next. She, like the others, had come to the realization that their little ceremony had gone wrong. I leaped in front of her, grabbed her arms, and ripped them out of their sockets. I then stabbed her in the heart with the sharp, broken bones. Next, I grabbed the boy, opened my mouth, shoved his head inside, and crushed it with the snap of my jaws. I used my animal instincts to track down each of the escaping cultists and eviscerated them one by one. When the last one was dead, I slowly walked back to the house. My adrenaline bled off as the danger level dropped. I slowly transformed back into my human form and stood by the fire, looking from body to body as puddles of blood formed around them. As I walked past the man, he yelled, "You've taken everything from me." I stopped and slowly turned, looking at his broken limbs twisted at unnatural angles. I stepped over and stood beside him. "You were perfectly willing to take everything from me," I said. "How many others have there been just like me? How many innocent souls cry out from the unmarked graves you buried them in somewhere, in the wilderness, after you inflicted unthinkable torture on them? You say I've taken everything from you, and yet you still draw breath. What happens when one predator meets another?" He tried to look away, but couldn't move his head. "One of two things," I continued. "Either they stare each other down and go their separate ways, or they fight to the death. You had a chance to let me go my way. You thought I was weak, and in the end, I showed you your folly." I stepped over and ripped the sacrificial knife from the dead girl's chest, stepped back over to him, placed it to his throat, and slashed across, watching the spray of blood drain what was left of his useless life. "Now, I've taken everything from you," I said, dropping the knife as the light faded from his eyes. I went to the fire and picked up a piece of burning wood, then threw it through the kitchen window. I walked down the driveway and onto the road. The moonlight lit my way. As the sound of crackling wood grew less, the further I walked down the road toward the place I called home. You may wonder why I wrote this. You might say I was telling on myself, and the police might have a few questions for me. That's the benefit of people who don't want to believe those who say they've seen extraordinary things. The truth remains, shrouded behind the mask of doubt and unbelievability. The real reason I wrote this is as a warning. Never take strangers for granted. You never know who or what they are. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to descend into the unknown for more terrifying stories. I'm not a thrill seeker. I spend most of my free time in a secluded comfort zone, usually in bed with my girlfriend. Having someone to love and hold is the only thing that doesn't make me feel cold anymore. I am grateful for it. Truly, I am. Sleep has never been so good for me, and I can't imagine it ever will be if I lose this. Yet, there is no escaping some things. Not for me, anyway. There are nights I wake up and remember it so clearly that I think, just for a moment, I returned to that place beneath the ice. I can imagine the concrete ground, the thin walls, and the cold steel beams. I can hear the straining ceiling and the distant ruptures. I can only really make sense if I start at the beginning. 4 years ago, I went to the North Pole with a friend of mine, whom we will call Jake. Jake was the thrill seeker. He had the personality, not so much the funds, to pursue the next big thrill. Whenever he had enough cash to fund his latest impulse, he would spend it. It was no surprise to me, or anyone who knew him, that his relationships were often short-lived. He was attracted to the same kind of people, but impulsive people rarely hold onto their values. He was cheated on many times, and before you feel sorry for him, he cheated on women many times. Eventually, it reached a point where his friends could be counted on one hand. Against my better judgment, I was one of those friends. He called me up one day to tell me about this big opportunity to see polar bears in northern Canada. I was interested. Spending all my life in England, I never went further in this world than Scotland, which turned out to be as equally miserable as the city I was living in. I had free days I wanted to take advantage of, and my life just felt like it was going nowhere. In short, I was feeling weak and impulsive. It didn't take much convincing for me to bite the bullet. Jake screwed up most of his life, but at least he had some good photos to show for it. I needed something like that to look back on, even if it filled me with regret. "Screw it," I said as I FaceTimed him. "Let's go see some polar bears."
Hell yeah. We leave tomorrow.
What? I need to get tickets.
All covered. A guy I met will fly us there. Only a small stop in Greenland. Then we'll bounce to Canada. Or skip. Whatever. Just make sure you pack warm. But pack light.
Oh shit. I think I have some clean clothes. When will you pick me up?
About 2 in the morning.
Jake said, as if that didn't make my heart drop already.
Plane leaves at 3:30, so yeah.
Taking the cheap, easy route isn't always legal. The less said about the flight arrangements, the better. I just trusted the fact that nobody would check our passports when we arrived, and luckily they didn't. I guess if you know people, there are a lot of things that are never checked or recorded. One thing I knew for sure, I would be going back the usual way. The plane we were in was like a small mail plane. Just boxes of envelopes and hard cases. It was also cold. No proper insulation. No proper seats. We spent our flight shaking in blankets that Jake's friend gave us. Once off the plane, we were guided through the small airport until we made it into the town itself, free and ready to find transport to our first destination. I let Jake guide me the whole way, and I will say this much. He knew how to make it look like it was all planned. We found a nice place to stay. We saw the polar bears, and we saw beautiful mountains and forests. I guess I never really knew anything about Canada. I just imagined cold, gray cities with cold, gray people.
Nah, that's Eastern Europe. Canada's great. Good food, friendly people, beautiful country. If you go to the right places, though.
Speaking of which, I said as I looked through the photos I took at the Polar Bear Reserve. Where to after this? I have 2 more free days until I have to go back to work.
Can't you call in sick after that? There's still some time to warm up in Mexico, my amigo.
Jake, please, no more sketchy flights. Let's just make the most of tomorrow. Then let's head home, okay?
There's nothing really in range, you know. I mean, we could try ice fishing in this cabin my old girlfriend has. Or better still, we can rent some snowboards and go to the—
I'll take the ice fishing. Thank you. It was chaos, not being locals. We didn't pay attention to warning signs or the news. We rented a truck with these chains wrapped around the tires and started our journey towards the cabin. The weather was ballistic and visibility was low. The whole time I was worrying if we would ever make it back to the town we left, let alone the cabin. Jake tried to stay upbeat about it, but it was clear he was worried as well. We turned off real roads onto a dirt path through the forest, but that too was getting covered in thick snow. We listened to the radio, mostly country rock, which would only be played in lousy bars. It did little to ease my nerves. I just kept refreshing the news portion on my phone, hoping a connection would get through.
We should be there soon,
Jake said with a smile, turning the truck just in time to avoid a tree.
I recognize this area.
So do I muttered. I've been seeing snow-covered forest for the past 20 minutes. My words must have started it, light sarcasm to break the karma camel's back. The truck continued for a few more seconds. Then there was this sudden, lurching drop. The side of the truck I was on dipped noticeably, then rose before it ground to a halt. I looked at Jake, and he looked at me. I sat back as he tried to get the truck to keep going, but it was beached on something, and the ground was too slippery. It needed all four wheels on the ground and the back left tire. We both got out of the truck, the sheer wind cutting through our jackets as we walked to the back and examined the large rock. It was jagged, its point pressing against the frame, but not by much. Just need a little lift and it will get off, I said.
A careful lift. I didn't pay the insurance.
Why do you care? You didn't show them any ID and paid in cash.
I actually did show them my ID. It was necessary, you know.
Jake looked at me nervously. My face felt that much colder. What happened to not leaving a paper trail? I questioned him. There wasn't any time to shout at him. We had to get the truck off the rock. Luckily, the rental place didn't just give us chain-bound tires, which seemed to be clumped up with snow, but they also had a toolkit in the back of the truck. I took the largest piece of metal, a pry bar, and wedged it between the rock and truck frame. With as much patience as I could muster, I told Jake to pump the accelerator a little so the truck didn't roll back. Being squashed by the red behemoth was the last thing I wanted. So, that's what we did. Being as strong as I was, I lifted the truck just enough that the two front wheels were able to pull the truck forward. The weight slipped off the pry bar so suddenly that I almost fell forward. The truck dropped, the frame hit the tip of the rock, but bounced forward. Out of sheer fear, I stumbled back. The brutal crunch of that metal on rock made my heart jump. I saw the truck on all four tires. As I stumbled back, I think I even heard Jake's whooping over the roar of the storm. As my ass hit the ground, I felt an emptiness to my right. I tried to place my hand there, thinking there was ground to keep me steady, but all I did was shift my weight the wrong way. I fell into darkness. I heard the whistle of wind above me, but also the rush around my ears as I fell. I heard the clattering of metal. The pry bar fell with me. A dull thunk. My leg hit something, causing me to twist. Then I hit the ground. All of this happened in the space of a few seconds. Each second, I was in such shock I didn't react. And then I couldn't. I woke up to a shooting pain in my right leg that seemed to run up my side as well. My head didn't feel sore, but it wasn't easy getting up either. It felt like my insides were just one fragile piece of pasta, waiting for that pressure to make it all snap. Yet, I willed myself to sit up and look around, as well as remind myself to breathe. With that first painful inhale, my teeth ached and my tongue was dry. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw I was in a tunnel. The walls and ceiling curved into each other, making this half-moon shape against the flat, concerted ground. Steel struts added to the support and separated the rooms that diverged away from the tunnel I was in. I saw lights far ahead, a glowing speck in the distance. I instinctively reached for my pocket to get my cell phone to use the flashlight, but that was nowhere to be found. I recalled leaving it in the truck to charge. I sat there for a moment, energy fast returning, but all of it focused on my growing panic. I had fallen. I could see the hole in the roof above, but I couldn't see the surface. Water droplets dripped onto and around me. In a hoarse voice, I called up,
Ow!
but received no response. I couldn't even hear the blizzard. What I did hear was creaking and cracking. The panic told me to stand up. My foot bumped the pry bar that fell with me. I picked it up and started walking towards the distant light. The whole tunnel seemed to make those unsettling noises, but otherwise, it was silent. My footsteps were the only accompaniment. My eyes searched the darkness for something as I walked. My logic bound mind seeking something that could help me, like a phone. When I couldn't see one, I started inventing reasons for the tunnel I was in. Old subway? It didn't look like one. Part of the infrastructure, like a sewer or electrical thing? No, that was crazy. It looked too good for either of those. Old war bunker? I doubt the Canadians built something so large during the war. After who knows how many minutes, I heard something collapse, and it shook the tunnel. Looking back, I could make out concrete falling and steel struts snapping and buckling right where I sat. The tunnel was struggling and losing. Section by section, it was caving in towards me. I wasn't slow to start. I ran for my life. I don't know how movies could get the sensation so wrong. You don't have time to scream and run. You could only do one effectively, and obviously, it was the latter. I ran until I reached the light, the collapse only increasing in speed, catching up to me. I tried to turn the corner sharply, but I only ended up slipping. My head bounced off the ground and fear pushed me to my feet again as I ran down a lit tunnel. The collapse reached the corner, but that's where it stopped. When the ground no longer shook, when that rumble faded, I looked back to see the wave of dust settle. The way back was gone. I was standing in a new section of the tunnel, which was much more like a maze of hospital hallways. The fact the lights were on made me hopeful, but not as much as a green exit sign hanging from the ceiling in one hallway. Sweating, I took off my huge puffy jacket and folded it under my arm. With the pry bar in my other hand, I started my fast walk towards the way out. I drank from a water cooler. The dust and cobwebs that covered it told me how long the place had been abandoned. Yet the lights told me that it still had power. Did those who built the place forget about it? Or was there some long-lasting backup power system? I passed by several empty offices, labs, and even surgery rooms, with weird observation rooms above them. I know now that it's common for students and even family members to observe a surgery, but I was thinking of something else at that moment. And when I say these rooms were empty, I mean it. A desk, a few shelves, some tables and hospital bed frames, and no mattresses were all that filled the space. There is only one exception, the rooms I couldn't get into. There were these keycard protected doors with some heavy-duty bars braced against them. Bolts kept those doors together, not screws. On every one, there was a gas mask symbol. Airtight chambers for different kinds of experiments, I guess. While I searched, I continued to hear the groan of the pressure above. At least it sounded much more stable, so I didn't have to worry about a mountain falling on top of me. My only concern was how long it took me to reach the exit. I kept following the signs. I wasn't going in circles. The rooms to my sides were different. I tried to not let my imagination play tricks on me, like making sounds that weren't there, or that I saw people, maybe even a head staring at me from around a distant corner. That seemed to happen a lot more than I care to admit. What settled my thoughts was an obstacle, a door with chains, but not on my side. I could see through a narrow window the heavy chains that kept the handle in place, the massive lock that was used. I opened the door as much as I could. It was just enough to fit my pry bar. I looked around. The sound of the metal echoed, but I didn't see anything. The hallway to my left, empty. The hallway to the right, empty. The hallway I came from had a single flickering light, and a few of those rooms I couldn't open, but it was empty too. I dug the pry bar and tried to find a good position to use it. I made the mistake of trying some sort of levering to snap a chain, but what worked was twisting it into a tight position first, then prying at a single link. But I didn't see anything. It still took a while, and I worked up a sweat, but the link broke. Gravity pulled the chains down with a clatter. I pulled the door open and stepped into a stairwell. I was at the top. The exit sign was pointing down. No, I remembered the word escaping my lips. That was the first thing that didn't make sense to me. Why would the exit be deeper into the facility? I didn't think about it for too long. It was still the only way I could see, so I took it. I started my journey down the steps. I passed several keycard protected doors on my way down, nothing that I could open. With each one I saw, I was afraid that the exit would be behind another keycard protected door. My descent was gradual enough that I could let those worries slip to the back of my mind. I would say it was close to 50 levels below where I started when the lights turned off. I didn't notice the hum of the facility until it stopped. In darkness, I had to use the glow-in-the-dark strips on the ground and walls to keep me from stumbling. I could still see the keycard protected doors, their card reader screens still running on some kind of backup power because they were lit even then. I was approaching one when I saw the screen shift for a brief second to a green tone before going black. Before power ran out completely, a mechanical sound could be heard, and there was the sound of the seal around the door being broken. The door shifted open slightly as the seal broke, but went no further. My heart was pounding. The door appeared so much darker, the yellow gas mask symbol looking a lot more threatening. I became painfully aware of how loud my steps were when I heard something shift beyond the door. My mouth was open. My breath halted right at the start of my throat. I didn't want to be found. I didn't want to be heard. I didn't feel alone anymore. My jacket made a sound I didn't like, so I put it down, abandoning it completely. While I was kneeling, I also took off my shoes and continued forward in socks. I held my shoes in my left hand, while my right hand held the pry bar like a club. I passed by several more doors, some regular but locked. I didn't reach the bottom before I found a door with a green exit sign above it, the words themselves glowing in the dark. I looked through the vertical window and saw a glimmer of light. I reached for the handle and pulled it open. No locks. I stepped into a subway system, although a lot smaller. There was no mistaking what I was looking at. A train, a tunnel, and even the crappy tiles that covered most subway walls and pillars. The train sat there, empty, with the doors open, but its lights were on. I breathed a sigh. Click. It was the smallest sound. The sound of a door being pushed just a little before the frame stopped it. I turned around to look at the door, more specifically, the window in the middle of the door. A face pressed against the glass, too dark to identify even with the lights from the train. Yet, I could see its eyes, and those eyes told me that it wasn't human. Reflective, like that of some kind of predator. Those eyes were so glossy, yet murky. They reminded me of a fish's eyes. I took one step back, my breathing halted by shock now. I whined as I coughed to breathe. My body never struggled that much to function since I was a kid. It got a lot worse when the creature hit the door. It wanted to get through. I count myself as one of the luckiest guys in history, and the door was one of those push-pull doors. The sound of its strikes grew louder, encouraging me to move faster as I ran towards the train. Once inside, I saw that the seats and everything were bare minimum. The driver's seat was a basic metal chair with a set of flick button controls, levers, and a number system I didn't understand. I played with the dial and the number changed, counting up and down, the lowest being 5 and the highest being 55. I was panicking, my hand dancing above the controls. Not sure what to do. I heard something breaking. I don't know if it was the door or the frame it was attached to. I just knew that whatever was beyond it was out. I saw a button with the door symbols. I pushed it and watched the train doors shut. The soft sound of the rubber seals meeting was comforting, but not the sound of fleshy thumps hitting the doors. I turned back to the controls, scanning them again, then noticing a paper stuck to the wall. It was an information stick, mostly torn and rubbed away. I saw rows and scratched out names and numbers. Only one remained, a set of numbers saying 45. It was all I had, so I trusted my life to it. I played with the dial until the number said 45. I then started pulling levers and pushing buttons. I found more buttons on the side of the panel as well. I was cautious about some, but the sound of glass breaking pushed me to take a chance on them. The train hummed to life and then lurched forward. When I turned around, I saw the door closest to me, shaking, being slowly pried open. I dropped my shoes and approached it with my pry bar. Hands curled around the inside of the sliding doors, if they could be called hands. It was like a pair of talons, two dark, bone-like hooks for fingers. With the realization that I was going to die if I didn't do something, I lifted the pry bar and started beating on the claws. I heard a scream, bird-like. It reminded me of an eagle. It was being drowned out by the sound of the train's grinding wheels. The train sounded like it was struggling. I didn't have time to address it. The door opened a little wider, and an entire arm thrust inside and reached for me. One of the claws scratched the back of my hand. It was trying to grab me, and hitting it with the pry bar didn't work. I shifted the position in my hand and brought the jagged part down towards its forearm. The metal wasn't razor sharp, but still sharp enough to break the scaled skin of the creature. The screeching scream was much louder, and it withdrew its arm. I turned back to the controls, trying to make sense of why the train wasn't going any faster. I then noticed a lever that wasn't all the way up. Pushing it, I realized it was the brake lever, and the train sped up. I heard thumps all along the train, going towards the back, and small screams all the way. I tried catching my breath. The only sounds I heard were that of the train charging onward. I looked back at the controls and saw that small metal slides shifted into place, locking levers and hiding buttons. A digital screen above the dial lit up with the words, "Destination set." I sat down on the ground and everything hit me at once. I yelled to let it all out until I was left with small cries that bubbled up with my breathing. I just felt tiny. I was tired, hungry, and sore. Those small cries were my only relief. It was a long train ride, a few days. I found a trash box at the end of the train, which contained mostly little, but I found a couple of bottles that still had water and stale soda in them. One orange soda bottle that was half full. It tasted awful. It made me feel a little sick, but I was desperate. I tried stopping, but it was impossible. I would break the controls before I got them to do what I wanted. I could wait and hope that I was still alive when it stopped. When it finally did, I didn't dare touch any other controls than the one that opened the doors. I stepped out and saw what appeared to be the same station I left days before. I approached a push-pull door, pushing it open, and saw a set of stairs. I climbed the stairs, not seeing any sealed doors. I kept going to the top, following a dark hallway, until I came to a set of doors locked with chains. I used the pry bar, the end of which was stained with a black gunk, to break a link. More hallways, more doors, and a feeling of dread settling in my stomach. I then breathed what had to be fresh air. I'd climbed another set of stairs, then a ladder, finally opening some kind of trap door that was left ajar. My hands touched sand, dry grass, and rocks, but mostly sand. I climbed out into an open desert, the night sky practically shining compared to the dark I had to trudge through. I saw a distant car driving away, a road. I walked towards it. I walked and walked until I was following the road. I woke up in the bed I sleep in now. A woman, a brother, and her mother found me on the side of the road. A true, honest, loving family that nursed me to health, and I didn't understand a word they said. They spoke Spanish. I was in Mexico. The train took me to Mexico. No wonder it took so many days. And here I have remained for the past 4 years. I learned the language, mostly from the woman who found me. We grew close enough to make me want to stay instead of returning home, then so close that I never wanted to leave. I contacted Jake and told him I was still alive. He visited me to make sure it was me. Technically, I shouldn't be here, but I shouldn't have been in Canada, the Arctic, or that underground facility either. I am happy here. I'm happier than I was in dreary England, although I do sometimes miss it. I'm leaving this experience with you. Maybe with it out there, someone else can take it off of me. Maybe just talking about it like this will be enough to help me escape those nightmares. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more horror content. If you have any real cryptid encounters, or you're a horror writer wanting to share your stories, please feel free to email me in the description anytime. I never thought it would end like this. My truck's windows smashed, blood all over the interior, the frigid wind and snow blowing in on me as those two empty eyes stared in at me like a predator sizing up a helpless animal for the kill. It didn't start out like that, of course. When I started out for my morning run, it wasn't snowing. There was snow on the ground. There had been a quick storm with some squalls that left half a foot of the white stuff on the roads just a few days earlier. The state took care of it pretty quickly, and travel was barely interrupted. Everyone went about their merry way. Even me. The fact that I hated winter even more than driving a truck never entered my mind. Okay, that was a lie. As I drove down the road, I found myself looking at the small piles of snow along the roadside and cursing them for not being big enough to cancel my run. I had to drive my truck through some pretty empty places. The kind that made you long for anything to break up the monotony of 2 lanes of asphalt surrounded by endless trees. I had to drive that route quite often, and it never got any easier to stay awake. I would even imagine seeing odd things looking out at the trees as I flew by. I knew it was my mind playing tricks on me, trying to scare me into staying alert and not crashing the truck. If it had been a deer or bear or something like that, I would have just laughed it off, but this thing looked like it was out of some nightmare. That's how I knew it wasn't real. There was no way it could exist, so I put it out of my mind and kept on driving. Fortunately, with it being a 2-day run, I was able to pick where I wanted to stay after I got my load. Hotels were nice, but if needed, I had the sleeper in my cab, which I called home away from home. It wasn't bad as cramped spaces go. There was lots of shelf space above the bunk. I had a TV mounted on the wall, hooked up to a GameCube. There was a DVD player with an assortment of movies that I rotated out on a weekly basis. And there were some paperback books. Lord of the Rings, Frankenstein, This Present Darkness, along with all the indie author books I had on my phone. I didn't have to worry about being bored. There was always my laptop that held the novels I'd started writing and never finished. The only thing I really needed was food and a bathroom. I had snacks stashed around, sometimes in places even I didn't find for months. But it couldn't compare to a nice hot meal. I had my favorite stops on the road, and they all had two things in common: good food and a quiet place to park and sleep. I didn't like having my truck squashed up against other trucks, wondering if I would be able to get my door open if they parked like an idiot. I liked parking near the outskirts of a parking lot. It was more private, and I didn't feel as hemmed in. Of course, there was a trade-off. More privacy meant walking further to get to the truck stop. Sometimes a lot further. But I used that to my advantage. Nothing like a nice long walk to get the blood flowing to all those muscles I didn't use when driving. Unfortunately, the place was a local mom and pop operation, which meant they didn't have the money to stay open 24 hours a day. Usually, I would pull my truck into my spot in the evening, go get supper at the lunch counter, then grab supplies for the night. I'd always go inside one last time to use the restroom just before they closed at midnight. That evening, I followed the same pattern. Pulled in, walked to the store, got some supper, and went back in around 11:30 for restroom and supplies, before going back to my truck and falling asleep. Normally, I try to keep a good watch on upcoming weather. For whatever reason, I hadn't that day. I woke up around 8 a.m. and looked out to a sea of white. It had snowed, and it had snowed hard. It looked like someone wanted to make up for the snow quota this winter, and did it all in 8 hours. I dressed in my cold weather gear and went out to see how bad it was, and if my truck would be going anywhere today. When I jumped out of the cab, my legs disappeared. There was at least 2 feet of snow on the ground, and it was still putting it down. I trudged around the truck to make sure everything was okay, then got back in the cab, brushing off as much snow as I could first. I climbed into the bunk and turned on the news to the announcement that a major blizzard had hit the area. Wow, I thought. That's some great investigative reporting right there. They were calling for another foot before the snow stopped. Great. Time to call the boss and get my ear chewed off. Why can't you get here? He growled. There's this stuff called snow, I said. It lands on the ground and piles up until it begins to impede travel. All right, smartass. When do you think you can be here? Well, seeing that I haven't even seen a snowplow go by, and I'm sitting in a parking lot that probably won't get plowed out until much later than the highways, on top of the fact that my tires are nearly bald, even though I've been telling you for months they need changed. I'll say I have no earthly clue when you'll see your precious cargo. He was silent for a long moment. Do you like your job? He said through barely restrained fury. Not particularly, I said, then added, when the weather's like this, you might want to update your resume. With that, the line went dead. Thank you for your support, I said to the dial tone. I settled back in, turned off the TV, and went back to sleep. When I first started out in trucking, a fellow driver gave me a tip that I never forgot. Anytime you have the chance to get some rest, take it. That little tidbit helped me tremendously over the years. A little extra sleep means a lot less coffee. When I woke a few hours later and peeked outside, it was still snowing. I looked out my driver's side window, and even my tracks were gone. I was feeling the call of nature and decided to brave the elements to take the trek to the truck stop for some relief. I felt a little silly for putting on all my cold weather gear, including gloves and goggles. That feeling didn't last long. It was snowing so hard I couldn't even see the truck stop. I drew an invisible line with the side of my truck, aimed in that direction, and started walking. I never read Call of the Wild. I never saw Alive. Maybe if I had, I wouldn't have been so eager to throw myself out into this blizzard just to go pee. Trudging through the snow and the driving wind was growing old quickly. I felt like I should have reached the truck stop by now. I paused and looked around. Two realizations hit me at the same time. First, I couldn't see the truck stop. Second, I could no longer see the truck. As a lovely addition, my tracks were quickly disappearing. I tried to focus on my path toward the truck stop and began trudging again. 15 minutes later, I believe by sheer luck, I saw the store appear off to the right. My track hadn't been dead on, but I was close enough to find the place. My winter gear was starting to fail me, especially with the wind finding all the little places it could inject frigid air. As I approached, I breathed a sigh of relief at getting in out of the cold, not to mention a massive cup of steaming hot coffee. I reached for the door, but it refused to open. Maybe it was frozen shut. I pulled harder, but nothing happened. I looked in through the glass and saw no lights on. It struck me how the walkway wasn't shoveled either. Oh no, I thought. The storm has them stuck at home. My hopes for a nice warm toilet and a steaming hot cup of coffee plummeted. I took one last forlorn look at the dark store and turned back toward my truck. My disappointment grew as I realized my tracks were gone. I was now snowblind and navigating without a compass or any means of direction. I tried to draw an invisible line with the outer wall of the store and hoped it would lead me back to the truck. I felt my cold, wet feet protest as I headed back toward the warmth of my truck. I hugged my jacket, attempting to keep the wind out. The snow was up past my knees now and seemed like trudging through mud. In retrospect, it would have been better for me to wait in the truck until I saw a snowplow in the parking lot. I had plenty of empty tea bottles for bathroom emergencies, but there was no use chiding myself now. I had to get back to the truck to keep this mistake from becoming a fatal one. If I got lost and couldn't find the truck, no one would come looking for me. They might not find my frozen body until spring thaw. That was a cheery thought. As if my journey hadn't been hard enough, after a while, something caught my foot and sent me sprawling face first in the snow. I struggled to right myself and quickly wiped the snow from my face, silently thanking God that I had worn the goggles. I tried to get my bearings again, but curiosity nagged at me. What had I tripped on in the middle of a parking lot? I dug down and discovered the offending object. It was a parking space barrier. I chuckled for a moment until I realized to my horror that I should never have come near any of these in the middle of the lot. In fact, a straight trail from the store to the truck the barrier I had tripped on would be a couple of dozen yards to the right. I scraped the rest of it off and saw it was running nearly parallel to my path. I had veered off course badly. The bright side was I now had a point of reference and hopefully could correct my course. I looked around and found myself adrift in a sea of white. The store had disappeared and the truck was nowhere to be found. I took a deep breath and used the barrier to aim toward where the truck should be. I remembered one key fact in the process. These barriers lined the edge of the parking lot, and just past them was a drop-off. In retrospect, it was lucky I had tripped on it instead of stepping over it and rolling down a hill that I might never make it back up again. I turned to aim myself where I thought my truck was when out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw a shadow of a figure walk by. I couldn't be sure because of the blowing snow made visibility nearly impossible more than a few yards away. It could have just been my imagination. I'd been out in the cold for much longer than I planned, and it was time to get back to the truck. I was suddenly reminded why I got out of the truck to begin with. I had to pee so badly. I did a quick look and saw nothing but snow, so I whipped it out and let it go. I think whipped it out was a bit of an oversimplification. I fought to unzip my frozen zipper as my bladder screamed a full red alert that it was about to release the floodgates, whether I was ready or not. I finally got it out and started the yellow stream when the wind shifted direction, sending it spraying all over my pants. I quickly turned so that the stream was downwind. When I finished, I looked down at the front of my now wet pants and swore internally. Yet another reason to find the truck quickly. Wet pants turned to frozen pants, turned to dangerous pants. I looked down at the barrier, now covered in flecks of yellow snow, and started on my new course. The snow had not let up one bit, and my energy started to wane, even though I had just been standing around for the last 10 minutes. Trudging through nearly waist-high snow was making me more tired than I had been in a long time. The wind rushing in my ears tore away my hearing. There wasn't anything out here to listen to, and yet I thought I heard something. I looked around, but only saw white. Was this my mind starting to play tricks on me, like it did when I was driving and thought I saw the creature that doesn't exist peeking out at me from the trees? I turned back to my imagined destination, wondering if delusions were the first step in freezing to death. As if to answer, the wind hit me with a solid gust, knocking me down. If I didn't know better, I'd swear I felt a giant hand in the middle of my back before I fell. I looked up and saw nothing but snow, swirling around, making mini tornadoes. I chuckled at the irony of them being called snow devils. I guess my own personal snow devil was pushing me around. I got up and started for the truck again. Every step felt like my feet were encased in concrete. I plodded on, trying to pull from whatever reserve energy I had to keep going. I couldn't die in the middle of a parking lot, just yards away from my nice, warm truck. That would be the ultimate irony. I walked on, barely conscious, wanting only my 18-wheeled safe harbor from this merciless storm. My head was down. I wasn't even looking anymore. It didn't make any difference. I knew I would never find it. I knew it was like looking for a needle in a field of haystacks. There was no way I would ever get back. I slammed into something and fell back. The snow was so deep, I just lay there like a turtle, unable to get off my back. I looked up and saw the thing that had hit me was the back corner of the truck. 2 feet to the right, and I would have missed it. I smiled, but it took a lot of energy. I focused everything I had into getting up. Adrenaline took care of the rest. I marched up to the driver's side door and reached into my pocket for the key to unlock it. I couldn't find the key. I ripped off my glove and searched again. Still no key. Despair smothered my mind. If I had dropped it one of the times I fell in the snow, it was lost forever, and so was I. I leaned against the truck door, so close and yet so far. I could almost feel the heat through it. I smashed my fist into my leg in frustration, but felt more pain than I should have. I patted the other pocket and felt a lump. I tore off my other glove and reached into the pocket, pulling out the holiest, the key. Tears streamed down my face and quickly froze as I stuck the key in the lock and opened the door. It took every ounce of energy I had left to climb up into the cab and collapse into the driver's seat. a wave of heat washed over me. For the longest time, I just sat there until I mustered the strength to start pulling off my cold weather gear. One piece at a time, I threw them into the passenger seat until I sat in my underwear only. I leaned my seat back and basked in the warmth that flowed over me like an ocean wave. I imagined sitting on a beach with the sun shining down on me and the water beckoning. I fell asleep like this. I woke to a sore back and stretched as best I could in my seat, then looked out the windshield. The snow seemed to have let up a little bit, and the wind wasn't nearly as fierce as before. There was still no sign of a plow, and there was no way I was getting anywhere without one. Off in the distance, I could almost see the outline of the store. I wasn't going there again until the parking lot was plowed. But looking around, I couldn't imagine how long that might be. There was at least 3 feet of snow already on the ground, and it was still putting some down. I crawled into the bunk and covered up for a serious nap. Hours later, I was starting to feel refreshed. I rolled over and turned on the TV, trying to see how bad things were. I couldn't even pick up the local station, so I stuck in a movie. After it was done, I decided I should probably take stock of my supplies, since I might be here for a while. I had plenty of snacks, chips, pretzels, and jerky, among other things. As long as I didn't binge, I should have been fine. I had drinks in the mini fridge too, but water wasn't a concern. All I had to do was bring some snow inside and melt it. I only needed to check one last thing to make sure I could outlast this storm. I looked at the fuel gauge. I rubbed my eyes and looked at the fuel gauge again. I only had a quarter tank left. That might last, and it might not, depending on how long it took to get plowed out. Obviously, once the plow freed me, I could drive 100 yards or so to a gas pump. As I was looking at the fuel gauge, my eyes drifted to the windshield and the field of white that stretched out in front of me. The snow had finally stopped. How long that would last, I had no idea. I could finally see the store clearly, but I could also see clearly that it remained closed. It was hard to believe anyone would be plowing that amount of snow anywhere. I guess that's why they had the drop-off along the edges of the parking lot. As I softly chuckled at my realization, my eyes caught movement. There was some kind of animal walking around in the parking lot. At first, I thought it was a deer because of the wide horns on its head, but the longer I looked, the more I realized this creature was something else. It seemed bigger than any deer I'd ever seen. Its torso rode above the snow like it was a ship. Its face looked like it had wasted away to the bare skull, and it had massive teeth that went far beyond its jaw. It was rather haunting to look at. It was sniffing around in the snow. The more I thought about it, I began to realize that was probably the spot where I had taken a leak. I was mesmerized and horrified by this thing at the same time. I was nearly convinced my mind was playing a trick on me when it looked right at me and my blood turned to ice. Its look pierced my soul and made me wish I'd never come to this place. When it took its first step in my direction, I dove back into the sleeper and drew the curtain. I shook for reasons that had nothing to do with the temperature and was breathing in panicked gasps. What was that thing? Did I really see what I thought I saw? How could a creature like that exist? I tried to settle down and get my breathing back to normal, but my mind refused to let go of the image of that thing. It's just my imagination, I told myself. It's just a deer roaming around out there. I told myself that same thing over and over until my mind finally believed it. However, I didn't look through the curtain to confirm it. I didn't call it denial. I called it not pushing my luck. I pulled out a pack of cheese crackers and turned on the first Die Hard movie to try and forget about the deer outside. I was 15 minutes into the movie when I felt the first nudge. I didn't know what else to call it. It felt like something just nudged my truck. It was almost like when a strong wind gust pushed the cab. But I didn't hear any wind outside. The two sides of my mind engaged in a shouting match over whether I should check it out or ignore it. Fear threw its 2 cents in and ignore it won out until the second nudge. Actually, it was like the 5th or 6th nudge until curiosity took over and made me go take a look. I peeked through the curtain and didn't see anything but snow through the windshield. I climbed out and looked through the passenger's window, but saw nothing. I chided myself for my skittishness when I looked through the driver's side window and saw a set of horns. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but they were gone. There were tracks in the snow that looked like deer tracks, only bigger. Or was that my imagination carrying me away again? I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the creature poking at my tires with its horns. I was fairly sure it couldn't puncture one with just horns, but I didn't want to chance it. I reached down, grabbed my club, and opened the door to scare it away, but again, it was gone. I was beginning to question my sanity. Was this thing real? Was it my mind playing tricks on me? Or was the creature toying with me, trying to draw me out of the truck? I closed the door and went back to my movie, but I couldn't get that creature out of my head. I was on pins and needles waiting, listening, anticipating the next nudge. Before the movie was over, I fell into a fitful sleep. I was in a tall building, and there were bad guys everywhere. I had a machine gun, but had been better served hiding and picking them off one by one. I was sneaking up on one who was standing guard on an isolated floor when I turned the corner, and there stood the deer creature. It was massive, standing on its hind legs and its horns scraped the ceiling. It looked at me with those empty eye sockets from its bare skull face. It made a sound that was half grunt, half growl, then started towards me. I backed away around the corner, trying to get back to my hiding space, but as I turned to run, suddenly the creature was in front of me. I pulled up my machine gun and started firing short bursts. I hit it in the chest, but it kept coming. As I backed away, I shot it several times in the head. I watched as chunks of bone flew, but it kept coming as if it didn't care. I shot at its legs, hoping to throw it off balance, but it had no effect. As if it had enough, it charged, pinning me to a wall with its horns. I looked down as the blood began to seep from my belly around its horns. It pulled back and charged me again and again, sending shockwaves of pain through my body and crushing my spine. It pulled back and allowed me to fall to the floor. Blood pooled around me as I tried to crawl away from the creature. I could only use my arms. I couldn't feel anything below my waist, which was a partial blessing because it cut my pain in half. After I had crawled a few feet, I suppose it had enough of toying with me. It stomped its foot down on my neck so hard I heard a snap and my arms went dead. I could feel it tear into my back, ripping away pieces of meat. I could hear the sickening chewing and slurping as I was eaten alive. I woke with a start, sweat pouring from my forehead, and looked around the sleeper cab looking for the creature that was tearing me to pieces. After a few seconds, I came to the realization it had been a nightmare. I turned off my DVD player and stuck my head out through the curtain to check on my fuel situation. The needle was well below the quarter mark, almost down to an eighth. I looked out through the windshield, and the snow had not magically melted. In fact, the wind had picked up, and now it was starting to drift. Where there was once an even field of snow, now there were peaks and valleys forming, like dunes in the desert. The store was still dark, and there was no traffic moving on the road. The sun was riding low in the sky, and I had yet to see another living soul. I wondered if my fuel would last until a plow could rescue me. Soon, I would have to give some serious thought to conserving. It wasn't ideal. The thought of bundling up in blankets in the dark With no heater and no TV to watch wasn't exciting me, but it was better than waiting until my fuel ran out and I froze to death. As I killed the engine, I chided myself for not coming up with this plan sooner. I would have conserved fuel when the sun was out and the temperatures were higher. Now, I was going to pay for my lack of foresight. I dug out every blanket I had stored in my closets and laid them over the bed, then tucked in for a long nap. When I woke, I was drowning in utter darkness. I panicked for a moment before I remembered where I was. I looked at my watch, and it was 4 in the morning. I pulled the covers off me and was immediately assaulted by cold air. I grabbed a flashlight and found my way into the cab. I turned the key on and waited with bated breath that billowed out in clouds that filled the cab until the engine turned over. As it roared to life, I felt even colder. I looked to my left and froze. My driver's side window lay in pieces on the seat and floor. I slowly turned to look at the passenger's side window when fear grabbed me. There was a face looking in at me, but it wasn't a human face. It was the ungodly face of the deer creature that had gored me to death in my dream. A river ran down my leg, forming a yellow puddle on the floor as I stared into the dark, hollow eyes of this thing sent straight from hell. It reared its head back and then smashed into my passenger's window, splintering it. It reared back again, and this time shattered the window, reaching in for me with its fierce, long teeth. I jumped back and landed in the driver's seat full of glass. I knew I was dead. There was nothing I could do. I sat there as it entered the cab, coming for me. Its head was halfway inside when it suddenly stopped. It moved around a little bit, then roared in frustration. Its horns were too wide to fit in the window. It tried over and over to get in, but there was no way it could fit with the horns. As suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished. I looked around to see where it had gone, but the darkness of night covered it like a shroud. As I was looking, it silently reached in behind me and would have had me if it hadn't breathed out, warning me of its approach. I dove into the center console as its deadly jaw snapped shut right where my spine had been. It continued its assault on this window, gaining ferocity as it frustrated itself by not being able to get a hold of me. I stood in between the two windows, hoping I was safe from either direction. It was then I decided to go back into my bunk and close the curtain. I covered up and reached underneath the bunk to a secret compartment and pulled out my .40 caliber automatic handgun. I took the magazine out and made sure it was loaded with all 10 rounds, then put it back in, pulled back the slide, and flicked on the safety. It made me feel a little better, but not much. I didn't know how true my dream was, or if bullets would do anything to this monster. I no longer had any illusions that this was a deer. It was something much more dangerous and terrifying, and it was after me. I covered up with my blankets again, holding my gun close. The heater wasn't doing much good with 2 windows broken out. I would try to do something about them in the morning when it was light. There was no way I was doing anything in the dark with that thing lurking out there. I lay there for an hour watching every second of the clock tick by, eyes wide open, ears listening for any sound. But there was none, just the wind howling in between the 2 broken windows, making my curtains flutter. Eventually, I recognized the futility of having a truck running and the warm air just escaping before it could even get to me. So I got out of my bunk, keeping my new best friend with me, and slowly made my way out to the cab, my head darting left and right to see if the creature was about to launch itself through either of the windows. I turned the key off, and before I could pull it out of the ignition, a set of horns smacked against the frame of the window, and the deadly teeth came in and snapped just inches short of my face. I whipped around and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. It snapped at me again, and I panicked until I realized the safety was on. I flicked it off and aimed, but the monster was gone. I didn't dare make a move toward the window for fear it would launch itself back in at me. I stood still as a statue and stared at the window it had come through, then slowly turned to the other side. I kept looking back and forth between the two, trying to keep my peripheral vision on both at the same time. I was shaking, not only from the cold, but also from the sheer terror of not knowing where or when this thing was going to show itself. I decided my cold weather gear would be my best option, so I climbed back into the bunk and put on as many layers of clothes as I could find. When I popped my head back out, I was met with the most terrifying sight imaginable. The monster had climbed onto the hood of my truck and was now bashing its head against the windshield, trying to make its way inside. I knew the windshield was wide enough that it would be able to get its antlers inside, and I would be done. I pulled the gun up, aimed at its head, and fired. The explosion was massive. I instantly lost my hearing, except for the ringing in my ears. I staggered back, but the monster kept coming. Not only had my bullet done nothing to the monster, it weakened the windshield, making it easier to get inside. The monster shook its head in surprise when the bullet ricocheted off the bone and then continued its assault on the windshield. It hammered on the glass until it shattered into a million pieces. I was already aiming at its face and fired 2 shots before the glass even hit the floor. They both ricocheted off its skull, causing it to rear up just enough for me to fire 2 shots into its chest. It didn't collapse screaming in agony like I wanted, but I could tell it didn't like it either. It jumped down off the hood and disappeared. I stared out into the inky blackness, trying in vain to pick up any glimpse of it. I whipped around from one side window to the other and back again, waiting for it to show its horrid face. After what seemed like forever, I saw horns rising through the passenger side window. I fired a shot into its face, and it disappeared. I threw myself back into the passenger seat when suddenly I saw its head rising in the driver's side window. I fired a shot, making it disappear again. I jumped up and threw myself to the other seat, knowing it would be on the passenger side soon. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, it appeared, and I fired another shot. It was toying with me. It disappeared, and I threw myself over into the passenger seat, waiting, aiming at the empty driver's window. But instead, I felt teeth clamp down on my neck. It had fooled me. I shoved my gun up under its skull and fired a shot. If I hadn't been deaf from the first shot, this one right next to my ear would have done it. And yet, somehow I heard it squeal in pain as it released me. I knew I had been inches from death. I reached up and touched the wound on my neck and came away with a handful of blood. I went back into my bunk, tore away a piece of sheet, and pressed it to my wound. Then I tore some more of the sheet and tied it around my neck to hold the bandage in place. I went back out to the cab, only to see it crouching on the hood, waiting for me. I never thought it would end like this. My truck's windows smashed blood all over the interior, the frigid wind and snow blowing in as those 2 empty eyes stared in at me like a predator sizing up a helpless animal for the kill. It crawled in through the remains of the windshield. I knew I was dead. In desperation, I shoved the gun into one of its eye holes and squeezed the trigger. The sound it made was something I'd never heard before and never wanted to hear again. The scream was both a low guttural sound and a high-pitched shriek. It sounded like someone had unleashed a demon from the pits of hell. My mind screamed at me, "Get out of there!" I fumbled with the driver's door and ended up falling out when it opened. On a clear day, with no snow, I would have gotten a concussion or broken bone falling on the bare asphalt. With 3 feet of snow on the ground, I landed on a soft, cold pillow. It was the only time in the last 24 hours that the snow had helped me. I immediately jumped up and looked around for any place to hide. But there was nowhere. Everything was covered in snow. I glanced back at the trailer and realized the snow was so high that it reached the bottom of the trailer. I couldn't see underneath at all. I quickly dove under it, then turned around and tried to pile snow into the opening to hide where I'd gone. I shone my light around at the beautiful sight of bare asphalt. I lay there on my belly, looking all around, trying to see in every direction at once to see where the monster would attack from. My breath blew out in billows of desperate smoke as I came up empty. There was nothing. The monster wasn't there. Yet, I didn't dare hope to imagine that my shot had killed it. If anything, it made it even angrier. It was probably destroying the inside of my truck at that very moment. What I didn't trust was that the monster wouldn't find me underneath the trailer. I looked around for anywhere I could use as a better hiding place. My eyes fell on the wheels of the truck. It looked like there was just enough room between the tires and the differential. It would be a tight squeeze, but it was better than that thing finding me. I turned around and slid my feet in first. The further I slid, the tighter it got. Ironically, the grease and oil from the differential helped me slide through a little easier. When I almost had my shoulders through it, suddenly felt too tight. I was stuck. I couldn't move forward or backward. Panic flooded my mind, and I struggled frantically like I couldn't breathe. After the longest minute of my life, I finally managed to maneuver my shoulders through and into my hiding spot. The hood of my coat did double duty of keeping me warm and completing my hiding place. I lowered it to the level of the asphalt and would raise it just an inch when I wanted to look out. The first half hour was the worst. The ringing in my ears had begun to subside, but I still didn't hear anything outside of my own breathing. The cold slowly leaked through my clothes. Still no sign of the monster. Another hour passed. My muscles started to cramp up. Still no sign of the monster. Another hour. I felt like my bladder would burst. Still no monster. During the long boredom in between, I pulled the magazine out of the gun and counted how many bullets I had left. No matter how many times I counted, it always came out to the same number 1. I knew one bullet wouldn't save me from the monster. There was only one thing I could do with one bullet: end my suffering if it found me. I took it out of the magazine and stared at it. I used my coat to shine it up, then stared at my reflection in the gleaming metal. The edges of the snow around the trailer began to glow. I knew the sun was coming up. Darkness was no longer my friend. I was about to give up and crawl out of my hiding place when I heard it. A soft, sniffing sound. I lifted my hood an inch, just enough to peek out, and there it was. Its head had broken through the wall of snow, close to where I dove under the trailer. There were a few drops of blood from my neck wound, and it was sniffing them. Those drops would lead it right to me. Sure enough, it took a turn toward the front of the trailer and looked in my direction. I lay there still as a stone as it inched its way toward me. It was having trouble squeezing its massive body under the trailer, and I could hear it growling with frustration. It came closer, crawling right toward me. There was no doubt it knew I was there. I closed my eyes and stuck the barrel of the gun under my chin. I felt its hot breath and smelled the stench of death as I squeezed the trigger. Suddenly it shrieked, and I could feel the truck bucking above me. I opened my eyes to the most amazing sight. Its horns had gotten caught in the chains hanging down underneath the trailer, and it was tangled. It screamed and bucked and fought to be free from its metal captors. It yanked backwards so hard I felt the truck move sideways an inch. The differential was pressing on me now, and I had to shimmy over to avoid being crushed. I watched as the chains broke away one by one, and then it was free. I took the opportunity to crawl out from under the truck. It was useless as a hiding place now. It had already tracked me here. I was almost out when I heard another sound and saw a shadow pass by the other side of the truck. It was coming back, but it was trying from the other side. I crawled as quickly as I could. This was my chance. If it searched from the other side, it might not know I had left. I had no idea where I would go, but it was better to be out of a useless hiding place. As I stood next to the truck, I saw a large patch of red in the snow. I guess shooting it wasn't as useless as I thought. I looked up at the ruined cab of my truck when the nightmare crept around the corner. I stood there, helpless. It had caught me flat-footed. I had nowhere to go. It stared at me as it limped around the corner. Its empty eyes seemed to exude rage. I pulled up the gun and aimed when it disappeared in a moving mountain of snow. The snowplow had finally arrived. I watched as the plow pushed its mound of snow past my truck and over the edge of the parking lot. The driver backed up and stopped beside me. "You've been here all night?" The driver said. "Since before the storm." "What happened to your truck?" he said, looking up at my shattered windows. I followed his eyes and thought for a moment. "Someone tried to rob me," I lied, knowing the truth was unbelievable. "I see you took care of it," he said, looking at the gun in my hand. I looked down at the gun and stuck it in my waistband. "It's been a hell of a night," I said. "Well, don't worry. The roads are getting cleared, and I'll get you plowed out of here." "Thanks," I said. He nodded and backed up to continue plowing. I looked at where he had just plowed beside my truck and saw a long smear of red. I followed it to the edge of the parking lot and looked over the side with my hand on my gun. The drop-off was a good 10 feet or more, and the snow had already started to pile up. I followed the path of red down the hill with my eyes and saw antlers poking out of the snow. I stared at them looking for any movement. For 10 minutes, I watched, and they didn't move. I was interrupted when the plow pushed another pile of snow over the side, covering the antlers. I watched for another 5 minutes, just to be sure. The plow guy pulled up beside me. "You okay?" he said. I pulled my eyes away from the snow pile. "Yeah, I'm good. You sure?" he said, pointing at my neck. "Yeah, I just got nicked by some glass," I said, remembering the teeth of the monster clamping down on my neck. "Well, I think someone just pulled into the store," he said. "Maybe you should get something for that." "I will, thanks," I said, knowing I would do no such thing. I wanted to avoid as many questions as possible. I climbed into the cab, brushed the glass off my seat, and drove over to the fuel pumps. After filling up, I started the long trip home. I kept my cold weather gear and mask on. Having no windows or windshield made for a frigid trip. The heater was on max and aimed at my feet, keeping the bottom half of me warm. I didn't call for a tow truck because I wanted to get away from there. I never went back to that truck stop again. I didn't want to take the chance of that thing being alive. I never told anyone else about the harrowing encounter. I wish I could erase it from my mind. As I drove towards my home terminal, through the endless stretch of trees, I saw one of the creatures peeking out at me that I used to think was my imagination. Now I know better.
Sky, take me on your treasure dive. I've got nothing to lose. After years with the blues,
How much farther is it? Neil whined. I had to admit, I was getting a bit tired myself. When we first decided to go on a camping trip in the Great Smokies, I wasn't expecting it would be this far. According to the map, we're almost there, Jean said. You mean the map that covers the entire state? Sharon said. Almost there? Could be 100 miles. Jean whipped around on her. Do you think I'm that stupid? Of course, it's not a map of the whole state. I picked it up at the ranger station. It only covers the Tennessee section of the Great Smokies. He turned back and began trudging. Well, pardon me. Oh, great map master, Sharon said under her breath. Jean paused for a moment, then kept going. I knew he had heard her and wanted to chew her out. But with all that had happened, my thoughts were interrupted by the sounds of struggling behind me. Turning, I found Mike wrestling with his backpack. It had gotten caught in between two small trees and had him stuck fast. Hold on there, bud, I said, trying to get down to him without getting my pack caught. Grabbing trees as I went, I worked my way down and got his pack unstuck. Thanks, man, he said, sweat pouring off him, as if this trip wasn't tough enough. I hear you, I said. Do you need to take a break for a minute? Yeah, he said, dropping to the ground. I chuckled, seeing the smallest of the group panting like a dog in the middle of summer. Hold on here. I'll be right back. I struggled my way back up the hill, only to find the rest of the group hadn't stopped when I did. I couldn't even see them. I ran for a little bit, on what I thought was the trail, but didn't see any sign. Finally, in frustration, I stopped and let out a yell. Jean, Sharon, Neil, where are you? I heard the words echo back to me, but that was it. There was no answering call, no sound of brush being pushed aside as they came back to me. There was nothing. Even the animals didn't seem to be very talkative. It was quieter than it had been the entire trip. Part of that was surely the lack of Neil whining and Sharon and Jean being at each other's throats. I wish those two would just give up and go get a room. Everybody knew they'd had it for each other bad, but they didn't seem to get it. Or maybe they did, and this is their idea of foreplay. Either way, I was a city boy lost in the middle of the forest. Jean had the map, and I had never been taught anything about direction or survival. I just came on this trip to hang out with my friends. A motel room in Gatlinburg. 5 friends catching some shows. Shopping in Pigeon Forge, that was what I was here for. It was Jean's brilliant idea to go on this stupid camping trip. Even though he said he got the map at the ranger station, I knew he didn't listen to anything they said about which trail to go on. Jean was always the leader. He would have shooed them off and said he knew exactly where to go. Even if he had no idea, maybe I'm starting to see why Sharon hasn't hooked up with him yet. Maybe she's trying to knock him down a peg or two before he's ready to be civil. It had been 5 minutes since I'd stopped and yelled, Jean, Sharon, Neil, I called again, louder this time. The only thing that got me was a louder echo coming back to me. I looked back at where I'd come from, only I wasn't sure of the exact direction. Jean had led us off the trail a while back, and I wasn't positive where I had left Mike. The dense canopy of trees left a little of the sun peeking through, still high in the sky. At least I'd have daylight for a while. Turning back, the way I thought I'd come, I started back toward Mike. At least if we were together, there'd be 2 of us to find instead of having to search for another. It was a long walk. It seemed like I got to where I was a lot faster than I got back. I suppose trying to catch up with the people who know where they're going will get your feet moving faster. It wasn't long until I realized I'd been walking too far. I had somehow missed where Mike was. "Mike, where are you?" I called, once again, hearing the echo and nothing else. Looking around, I was sure this was where I'd left him. The trees all looked familiar, but then again, I didn't know how many millions of trees there were in the Smoky Mountains. There could be hundreds or even thousands of spots that looked exactly like this one. I began to question the wisdom, or lack thereof, of only one person having a map. A thought struck me. I whipped out my phone and tapped on the Maps app. Surely it could at least tell me where I am. Those hopes crashed and burned when I saw the no signal at the top of the screen. "Mike," I yelled louder, more to vent my frustration. I collapsed on the ground, feeling more exhausted and hopeless than I had in a long time. And then I heard it. A faint call carried on the wind. It sounded like it was miles away. "Mike!" I yelled again. I sat and listened, which was easy since the animals weren't making any noise. Again, I heard the return call. I hopped up like a dog who'd heard its master's whistle. Taking a general guess at the direction I'd heard it, I began to march determinedly. It wasn't quite a run, but it was no stroll through the park either. The thought of no longer being lost, or at least not being lost alone, drove me forward. After a few minutes, I called again. "Mike!" Then waited for the answer. It came from the direction I was heading, but somehow seemed quieter, like he was moving away from me. I broke into a run. My heavy backpack flopped from side to side, nearly making me stumble. But I didn't care. I was getting closer. I could feel it. I never saw the tree root sticking up just enough to catch my toe and send me tumbling. I woke to total darkness. Something big and heavy was pressing down on me. I panicked and tried to throw it off, but it had a tight grip on me. Thrashing all around, this thing held me with a death grip. I swung my arms, trying to punch it. My legs flailed to get it off me, but it wasn't happening. It had me, and it knew it. The most disconcerting part was how quiet this thing was. It didn't growl or snarl or anything, just held on to me like its life depended on it. Finally, my energy was spent. It had won. All I could do was lay there and wait for the inevitable. I waited and waited. Nothing happened. Maybe whatever it was, I had fallen asleep. I couldn't imagine all my thrashing around wouldn't have woken it up. I rubbed at my shoulder, which was now sore from the fight with my unknown assailant. As I did, my fingers brushed up against the thing that held me. Out of curiosity, I rubbed it where it held me. I immediately pitched a fit at my stupidity. It was my backpack. My head thumped off the ground in frustration at how stupid I'd been. Slowly, I unsnapped the latch that held the straps together and pulled my arms out. It was a huge weight off my shoulders when the pack rolled onto the ground. I lay there for a moment, having forgotten how dark it was when I was fighting to the death with my backpack. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my cell phone and turned on the flashlight. As I was doing it, I saw the no signal was still at the top of the screen. I wondered if there would be any signal until I got out of this godforsaken place. I shone the light around and pieced together how I'd gotten here, lying in a ditch, in the dark, in the forest. When I fell, I must have hit my head on the rock. I saw in the ditch that had a small patch of dark red on it. I reached up to feel my head and found a tender spot. That would do it, I said, of my unscheduled nap, checking the rest of me out with the flashlight. I found no other injuries. There remained the original problem of being lost and alone. At least the animals were making noise again. That was somewhat comforting. Having evaluated myself, I shone the light around the area trying to find out where I was. The answer was simple and frustrating. I was lost in the forest, surrounded by trees. Letting out a sigh, I dug through my backpack and found some granola bars and a couple of bottles of water. Hunger pangs hit me in the gut like a line drive. I ripped open a bar and devoured it. Before I knew it, 3 of them were gone, followed by a bottle of water chugged like I was in the middle of the desert. As I was enjoying my feast, the animal noises stopped. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end to hear such sudden and complete silence. Swallowing my last mouthful of water was so loud, it nearly made me jump. As my light drifted aimlessly, suddenly I saw a pair of eyes glowing just inside the tree line. They glowed an eerie shade of yellow. I tried to remember if that meant it was a predator. Unfortunately, something in the back of my mind told me the silence was already telling me it was a predator. Whatever it was, strangely seemed to have no fur. Its gray skin made it look like no animal I'd ever seen. If anything, it reminded me of Golem from Lord of the Rings. It was on all fours, but the front legs looked like arms. If I didn't know better, I would have said it was a child lost in the woods. But this was no innocent child. It crept toward me in a way that assured me it was hunting and nothing else. Nothing about the way it moved said helpless to me. I unzipped my pack and reached down to the bottom, all the while, the predator creeping closer. "Come on," I said through gritted teeth, knowing it was down here as I moved things from one side of the pack to the other. It was getting worrisomely close now. One good leap, and it would be within striking distance. I went for broke and dumped out the contents of the pack. Hearing a loud thump hit the ground, I flashed around with my light and found what I'd been looking for, my Glock. I grabbed it and pointed where the predator had been, fully expecting it to be right in my face. But it was gone. Whipping all around, I searched with the light, gun trained on whatever I saw, hoping to catch a glimpse before it was too late. After a quick scan, I slowly panned around in a circle, searching more diligently for the creature. But there was nothing. Wanting to breathe a sigh of relief, but knowing it could easily be hiding behind any tree, I started picking up my belongings and stuffing them back into the backpack. As I did, the animals began making noise again. It was somewhat comforting to think that thing had left the area, but I didn't trust it. Once my backpack was repacked, I sat down and leaned on it like a pillow, with my back to the edge of the ditch and my phone's flashlight shining toward the trees. My gun sat on my lap, ready for some quick action. It wasn't long till my eyes betrayed me, slowly closing, causing me to shake myself awake. Over and over this played out with me, struggling harder to stay awake than when I was sitting in church. My phone told me it was after 4 in the morning. The sun would be coming up in a couple of hours, then I could continue the search for my friends. My phone also told me it only had 23% battery left. I held a major debate in my head. Keep the light on and lose the ability to use my phone if and when I get a signal. Or turn the light off and save my battery, leaving me at the mercy of that creature. It was an impossible choice until I remembered the animals in the woods were making noises. They were silent when the creature was around. My only question was, do they shut up just for that creature or for all large predators? For the life of me, I couldn't remember. I took one last look around before powering off my phone. Leaning against the pack, my fight to stay alert continued. Each time my eyes snapped open, the sky was a lighter shade of gray. Soon I could see vague outlines of trees looming over me. Not frightening or disconcerting at all. At last, I lost the battle and fell into a deep, blissful sleep. I woke to the feeling of sandpaper on my face. Opening my eyes and seeing a deer licking my cheek made me nearly lose my mind. I jumped back, slipping off my pack and falling against the dirt in the ditch. The deer lost its mind as well. It jumped up and galloped away like a herd of hunters were hot on its heels. Once my heart was beating at a regular rate, I looked around at the brightly lit forest. It was late morning and I was still alive. The creature had not come back to kill me in my sleep. I took that as a good sign. Standing and stretching, I tried to figure out how I was getting out of there, let alone how I would find my friends. Shouting was out of the question now. I was sure that creature would see it as a sign of weakness and come running like someone had rung the dinner bell. But how would I find which way I was going before I fell into the ditch? As I stood there and looked back at the trail, I saw the branch sticking up that had caused this whole debacle. I drew an invisible line from where I was standing to the branch. I then followed the line through me and extended it past me towards where I was heading. Looking up to the mountain, looming above the trees, I tried to find a landmark to head towards. There was a huge rock that jutted out from the mountain with no trees around it. That was my focal point. I would use that as my compass. Speaking of compasses, I looked to the right and saw the sun rising into the late morning sky. With the sun in the east, I turned back towards my rock and calculated that it was more or less to the north. Having figured out where I was going, I kicked my feet into gear and started getting there. It was a no-brainer that my friends would be worried sick. They were probably already back at the motel, making all kinds of calls and organizing a search party. I chuckled at my joke. I knew they were as helpless as I was in the woods. Gene pretended to know what he was doing, but truth be told, he was the worst of the group, mostly because he was too stubborn to listen to anyone else's directions. What if they ran into that creature? The thought froze me in my tracks. That thing looked like it wanted to have me for dinner. Running into the four of them would be like a smorgasbord. I shook the thought away. There was nothing I could do about it anyway. But my cheerful skip and my step at having determined a direction was gone. It was replaced by concern for my friends. As I walked, I thought about Mike. How excited he was to come along and see the Dixie Stampede for the first time. About Sharon and Jean, what a horrible couple they would make, and how they fought all the time now when they were just friends. Or were they? I'd seen them sneaking little looks at each other when the group was together. Could the whole thing be a ruse? Could they be a couple already and trying to keep it a secret? And then there was Neil. I had no idea why I was friends with Neil. He was one of those people who just started tagging along one day. Before you knew it, they were part of the group. Neil was always competing with Gene to lead the group, but he went about it a different way. He would whine and complain until he got his way. Not all the time, but whenever there was something he left strongly about. Neil didn't want to come on this trip, and honestly, I think we all would have been happier if he hadn't. Being alone with my thoughts had me making good time toward my destination. The forest wasn't as dense here, and it was slightly downhill. Good walking conditions. The walk was going so well that I nearly started whistling. I squashed that real quick. I didn't need any additional noise for the creature to track. As it was, I would turn and look over my shoulder from time to time, just to be sure no one or nothing was following. Each time I glanced over my shoulder, the sky behind me seemed to get darker. The sun soon disappeared, and I could no longer deny it. There was a storm coming. I was stuck. There was no shelter except for trees, and rain leaks through them eventually. Even though I knew I would get caught out in the rain regardless, I stepped up my pace. Maybe there was a rock outcropping I could shelter under. As I walked, there was a blinding flash, followed by a deafening boom that knocked me to the ground. At first, I thought a bomb had gone off. I looked around and saw a tree burning on the mountain. It looked like some giant had ripped it in half. Staring at this apparition and wondering what the hell was going on, I saw another flash that lit up the clouds. This time, the thunder was farther away, but still shook the ground. It was time to find that shelter before Mother Nature chose me as the target for her next lightning bolt. I ran toward the mountain as huge drops of rain pelted my back. It felt like I was getting hit by mini water balloons. It didn't take long for the rain to intensify, quickly becoming a deluge. The water came down so hard and fast that the ground didn't have time to soak it up. Since I wasn't on the trail anymore, I stumbled through puddles and mini bogs, struggling to stay on my feet as the muddy ground tried to swallow me whole. I held my hand above my eyes, trying to see where I was going, but the rain came down in sheets, reducing visibility to zero. Through it all, I kept trudging as straight as possible, hoping to find shelter. Without warning, I ran into something hard. It looked like I had reached the base of the mountain. I kept one hand on the rock face to guide me while trudging parallel to the mountain. Suddenly, nothing was pressing against my hand. I hadn't realized how much I'd been leaning on the rock until it wasn't there. I fell onto the surprisingly dry ground. Rolling over and looking up, I discovered I was in the mouth of a cave. I sat up and enjoyed watching the rain fall helplessly outside the cave while I was safe inside from the fury of nature. After a short rest, I began to rub my arms to stave off the chill in the air. I took my backpack off and looked through for anything that would be helpful. Fortunately, I packed a sweatshirt. I took off my soaked t-shirt and used it for a towel before donning my warm, somewhat dry sweatshirt. While I was looking, I pulled out another granola bar and devoured it, then downed my last bottle of water. Staring at the empty bottle, I held it out to one of the streams of water falling from the sky until it was full. Putting the cap on, I noticed the water wasn't as clear as I would have liked, but I wasn't out of the woods yet, and I might need it somewhere down the road. I sat the pack down, leaning it against the side of the cave entrance, then pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The light penetrated only so far into the darkness. Even the diminished daylight could only illuminate so much. After that, it was like a shadow wall showing only a large black hole. I started into the inky blackness before I remembered and felt for the gun in my back waistband. I pulled it out and checked it, then dried it off and stuck it back in my waistband. I didn't see the need to have both of my hands occupied if I stumbled. I explored the first few feet of the cave, finding nothing spectacular, and was about to come back to my pack and sit out the rainstorm when I smelled something. It was faint at first, drawing me several steps further inside the cave before I could be sure. My mind had to be playing tricks on me because I swore I could smell a barbecue. My curiosity and growling stomach overrode common sense and drove me deeper into the cave. The light of the phone illuminated my steps as I carefully made my way towards the amazing smell of food. It wasn't long until there was a glow in front of me. A fire burned in the distance, just visible, bathing the cave walls in an orange glow. As the promise of a warm fire tantalized me, drawing me closer, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, which made my spine turn to ice. Coming from the far side of the fire was the creature that had stalked me the night before. At least it looked like the same creature. The eyes shone yellow in the fire's light. It walked on all fours and struck an amazing resemblance to Gollum from Lord of the Rings. I dosed my light and threw myself behind a rock that seemed big enough to conceal me. Straight ahead was the pinprick of light that was the cave mouth and the outside beyond it. Even if I wanted to, the creature would see me and hunt me down if I tried to escape while it was within sight. Daring to sneak a peek, I leaned around the rock to see if it was still there. What I saw horrified me. The creature was tending the fire, seemingly oblivious to my presence. It checked the pieces of meat that lay across hot rocks beside the fire. He took a few off and sat them aside. Then he walked toward the left wall and disappeared. I leaned out a little further to find out what he was up to and wished I wouldn't have. Hanging from a large wooden frame, tied in a spread eagle, was a human male who had been skinned. The creature came up to him and carved several chunks of muscle with a large, primitive-looking knife. Once satisfied, he brought the pieces of meat back to the fire and laid them on the hot rocks where the cooked pieces of meat had been. He then took the pieces and disappeared into a hole in the wall. I threw myself behind the rock, breathing hard at the sudden realization. Oh my God, that thing killed someone, and it's eating him. My stomach lurched at the thought. It took all I had to keep from vomiting on the spot, but I knew how loud I could get when I puked, and I had no desire to let that thing know I was here. I peeked around the corner again and didn't see it. My eyes were drawn to the dead body hanging there. For the first time, I noticed there was another body strung up beside him. It was another naked male, but he hadn't been skinned yet. 2 more bodies hung beside that one. 1 male, 1 female, both naked. Realization hit me like a sledgehammer as I realized the naked woman was Sharon. Looking again, I saw the men were Neil and Mike. No, 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 no. Abandoning any semblance of subtlety and charging over to see my friends. When I got there and stood face to face with them, hot tears rolled down my cheeks. Their eyes were closed, and none of them moved a muscle. I went to them one by one and felt for a pulse, just to be sure. I came to the one who had been skinned first. He had no pulse. My only guess was that it was Gene. Next, I moved on to Mike. There was a scar on his neck and gore down the front of him. He also had no pulse. Neil was the same way, scar on his neck and no pulse. As I got to Sharon, I noticed something about her chest. It was moving. She didn't have a scar on her neck. I reached up to take her pulse, and her eyes shot open. Instantly, she began to scream. I covered her mouth with my hand, but I knew it was too late. You need to be quiet and pretend you're dead, or I will be. You understand? I said, still holding her mouth. She nodded, and I ran around behind them as I heard footsteps approach. I stood behind Gene since he was the biggest of our group, and put my hands and feet behind his, posing in the same spread eagle. My only hope was that it didn't notice me. I didn't dare move as I heard footsteps enter the room and come over to where we were. I stood as still as a statue. Only my eyes looked over to where Sharon was hanging. I saw the creature stand and look at her. She had lowered her head again, looking every bit asleep or dead. The creature poked her breast with the knife, drawing a few drops of blood, but she refused to move. And then another creature stepped up to her, and a third. They poked and prodded her to see if she was awake, but she wasn't moving. Panic grew inside me. How many of these things were there? If I knew it was just one, I would have already shot it. But if hundreds waited in the darkness of the cave's side rooms, there was no chance. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard sounds coming from them. It was like chittering insects communicating. They spoke back and forth while standing in front of Sharon, who still refused to move. As the argument became heated, I noticed one of the creatures looking in my direction. The longer I watched, the more I realized it wasn't looking in my direction. It was looking at me. It stepped around Sharon to the backside when its eyes grew wide and it began to screech. The other two looked from it to where it was looking and eventually found me. Their eyes narrowed as one came around in front of Jean's body and the other stepped between Neil and Mike. The one holding the knife was closest when I gave up on my deception. I drew my gun and shot all three. The sound of the shots in a cave made me instantly deaf. The only thing I could hear was my ears ringing. I grabbed the knife off the ground and cut Sharon down. She collapsed like a bag of rocks. "We should go," I said. "What?" she said. "We should." "Never mind," I said, picking her up and carrying her over my shoulders like a fireman. I struggled to carry her and hold the gun. She kept slipping off my shoulder, and I would have to grab her to keep her on. The thing was, I was grabbing her naked behind every time. It wasn't like I had a choice or was enjoying it. If I didn't, she would fall off. As I ran, legs already starting to tremble, I felt a rock fly past my cheek. I looked back, and there were many more of the creatures running after us. I didn't have time to stop and aim, but I pointed toward the closest one and squeezed off a shot. By some miracle, the creature fell. I didn't know if I'd hit it, or the sound of the gun frightened it, causing it to fall. I had no chance to celebrate as the first rock hit me in the back of the head, nearly causing me to stumble, which would have been fatal. Instead, I pointed and fired another shot, hearing a most satisfying scream. The cave grew brighter as the mouth grew closer. Then suddenly, we were out. It wasn't a cause for celebration, though. I glanced back to see a horde of creatures following us out of the cave as well. So close, and yet so far. My legs weren't going to last much longer carrying her. I needed a break, and I needed it soon. I didn't think they would stop if I turned around and called a timeout. To punctuate that point, another rock hit me, this time on the back. I pointed and fired again in response, disappointed not to hear another scream. Finally, the inevitable moment came. I tripped. Sharon and I went head over heels in a tangled heap. By some miracle, I managed to hold on to my gun. I tried to jump up but ended up falling to the side, still aiming and shooting another creature. They tried to get around us, but I shot two more. Scrambling to my feet, I was able to aim better and shoot another. They still greatly outnumbered us. There were too many of them to count. I aimed at groups, hoping to get more than one kill at a time. They still tried to flank us, and I shot them as they did, but the inevitable moment finally came. My slide locked back. I instantly released it, just in case any of them knew what that meant. I continued to aim at them in a threatening way, and they held their distance, not wanting to be the next shot. But they had encircled us and were closing in. I looked at Sharon to say goodbye, but she wasn't looking at me. She had my phone and was doing something with it, hopefully calling for help, even though I knew no help would get here in time to save us. Staring into the nightmare faces of these bloodthirsty cannibals, I prayed a prayer of utter desperation. The first one was within reach, when suddenly the most piercing sound came from behind me. Looking back, I saw Sharon holding my phone up with one hand and her ear with the other. I held my ears as well. The creatures tried to cover their ears but screamed in agony at the sound. As a group, they ran back to the cave, holding their ears as they went. I couldn't believe it. Turning to Sharon as she shut the alarm off, I smiled. "Well, aren't you clever?" I said. "Not clever enough," she said, looking at her naked body. "You think I could borrow your sweatshirt?" I chuckled as I took it off and gave it to her. "We should find a road and get out of here before they decide to come back," I said. As we walked, she explained what had happened. how the creatures had surrounded them, how they thought Mike and I had already been captured. The funny thing was, Gene never gave up hope, she said. He kept telling us to hold on, that you would find us, even when... Don't tell me he was still alive when they... She slowly nodded. I can still hear his screams, she said with a haunted look. I don't think I'll ever forget that. I can't imagine. But even after they took his face, he still told us not to give up hope. Amazing. After walking a long time, constantly looking back every few minutes, we came to the greatest sight either of us could imagine. A road. Within an hour, a ranger came by and rescued us. It was the longest hour of our lives, keeping watch for cannibalistic creatures to jump out at the last second and drag us back to the cave. Our friends were never found. The ranger told us we were lucky to make it out alive. Many hikers go missing in the forest and are never seen again. I know Sharon and I never want to see another forest unless we pass by it on the highway. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. I looked out the window as the sun set over an endless sea of clouds floating below, looking every bit like I was sailing on my way to heaven. But inside the plane was a different story. I was sitting in premium economy class. Translation, the cattle car with around an inch of extra legroom. As I glanced longingly up the aisle toward the first class section, a man who looked like he weighed easily 350, if not 400, pounds plopped into the seat beside me. I say plopped, but it was more of a struggle than that. It was like trying to shove a beach ball into a balloon. When he finally squeezed his way into the seat, he looked at me and smiled sheepishly. I'm sure he was embarrassed, just as I was sure that I would regret having the window seat when the horrible time came that I had to go to the bathroom. I thought they had a weight limit for passengers. I suppose when you buy cheap seats, you get what you pay for. I tried to get the company to spring for first class, but they wouldn't hear of it. Premium economy was as high as they would go. I guess I see where their top salesman ranks. Okay, maybe not the top salesman, but I do sell some. Anyway, I tried to settle in beside my new best buddy, whom, in my mind, I affectionately labeled the blimp. This was going to be the longest 9-hour flight of my life. I spent the first hour trying in vain to get some work done on my laptop. That was when my bladder betrayed me. I tried to ignore it and keep working for another half hour. But then, it was time. I got an emergency notice from down below. Go to the bathroom or go in your pants. I surrendered and began the long process of trying to wake the blimp. I nudged him, then pushed him, then pinched him. Finally, he roused from his slumber like a sleeping dragon.
Are we there already?
He said, yawning. No, sorry, I have to use the restroom, I said. He looked at me as if I had just asked him to skip the next several meals.
Can't you hold it?
He said. My mind ran through an entire list of expletives and derogatory remarks that I would have loved to answer with, But in the end, I went with the one most likely not to get me eaten when I eventually tried to sleep. No, I can't hold it for another 7+ hours, I said, my voice dripping with sarcasm. He grunted and began the long extrication process as my bladder screamed for mercy. Finally, he stood and stepped into the aisle, knocking the hat off the person sitting in front of us.
Watch it, bud.
The man said. The blimp stepped aside and pointed at me as I tried to get around him to rush back toward the restrooms. Both doors said occupied. I tried the first door, just to be sure.
Someone's in here.
A woman's voice sing-songed. I tried the second one.
Hey, can't you read?
Came an irritated voice from inside the room.
It's occupied.
I stood there and endured the pain of an overfull bladder, having no other choice. I looked around to see if there was a garbage can with an empty soda bottle, but there wasn't. Just when I was sure my bladder was about to explode, I heard the latch open, and a large man stepped out of the bathroom. He glared at me.
You got a problem with letting people use the John in peace?
Nope, I said as I dodged past him and into the bathroom. I whipped around and latched the door.
Hey,
The man said from the other side.
I wasn't done talking to you.
I ignored him as he pounded on the door. I was too busy relieving myself to pay attention until I heard.
I'll be waiting out here for you.
Great, I thought. Now some big good old boy wants to kick my butt. I finished and was about to flush when I paused instead. Maybe I can wait him out. I put the seat down and sat. After a while, I looked at my watch and it had been 10 minutes. Surely he would be gone by now. I reached for the latch when I heard the other door open.
Excuse me, ma'am.
I heard him say as the woman in the other bathroom walked by. He was waiting, and I was sure it wasn't to say that he understood my urgency and wanted to apologize for taking so long. I sat back down and contemplated my options. A. Sit here for the rest of the flight. B. Go out and get my butt kicked. I didn't like either option. The plane suddenly rocked so hard that I was thrown against the wall. I saw stars. It took me a minute to recover and stand to go see what had happened when I was thrown against the wall again. This time, I nearly lost consciousness. I cautiously reached for the door handle when the third time was the charm. I hit the wall and the lights went out. I woke to cold water slapping me in the face. I thought I had fallen asleep, and a stewardess was waking me up. The reality was so much worse. There was water in the room. I'm not talking about a puddle on the floor. I'm talking about water halfway to the ceiling. I had my own pool for the first time in my life. Instant panic set in. Had a water pipe burst? Had I bumped the sink before I went unconscious and flooded the room? I didn't want to be responsible for the carpet cleaning cost. I reached for the door and tried to open it, but it was stuck. Was the big guy leaning against it, trying to teach me a lesson about being impatient? I pushed again, and it gave a little. I planted my feet against the toilet and shoved with all my might. Finally, the door came open. My worst nightmare couldn't be as bad as what I saw. There was water everywhere. The seats were covered, and there was only a few feet of open air from the top of the seats to the ceiling of the plane. I saw heads bobbing above the water. I sloshed through and saw people still in their seatbelts unconscious. I unfastened those closest to me and saw they had life preservers around their necks. I looked around for one for myself. I glanced over, and there was the blimp, still fastened into his seat, not moving. I shook him, but he didn't respond. I unfastened his seatbelt, but he was wedged in and couldn't get him to float out. I struggled to release him, but realized he hadn't moved the entire time. I checked for a pulse, but he was gone. I pulled the life preserver over his head and put it on my own. I looked up the aisle and saw many more heads bobbing. I also saw the water had risen. Panic gripped me and told me I was about to drown. I started swimming my way toward the front, hoping to find the emergency exit. On the way, I unlatched as many seatbelts as I could. All the passengers looked like they were unconscious, but just in case. I made it to the emergency door and tried to open it. It was harder to open than the bathroom door. I pushed with all my might, and it barely budged. I wished I had the big, angry guy with me right about now, but I was the only one I'd seen moving. A few of the passengers I'd released floated toward me, but their eyes remained closed. For what seemed like hours, I struggled to open the emergency door, to no avail. I paused to take a breather when I heard a horrible sound. It was like a screeching and stretching of something inhuman, like a monster in its death throes. I looked around, trying to find the source of this horrible sound, when I noticed the ceiling had begun to split apart above me. The screeching sound got louder as the water level rose. The front and back of the plane seemed to be taking on more water, and I was standing right in the middle. The water level rose as the crack grew, and my feet no longer touched the floor. The water had risen so high that my life preserver was floating me up toward the ceiling. The problem was, the ceiling was full of jagged edges waiting to rip me to shreds. I rose, unable to stay down, going straight toward the sharp metal and plastic. Suddenly, the plane ripped in two, pulling the edges of the two sides away from me and shooting me up to the surface of the water, while the plane was dragged toward the bottom of the ocean. I bobbed up and down on the ocean waves, made worse by the displacement of water from a huge passenger plane. I looked around, but it was dark, and all I could see were stars and a thumbnail moon. I swished the water with my hand, moving in a circle but couldn't see anything. The sea was pitch black, with only a shimmer of moonlight reflecting off it. I focused on the shimmer, hoping to see something. A boat, a buoy, anything that might be in the water that could rescue me. After a while, I was about to give up when I saw something pass through the shimmer. It wasn't there for long, and it wasn't very far from me. I started swimming toward it when a terrible thought struck me. What if it was a shark? I stopped swimming and stayed as still as possible. My blood froze even though the water wasn't that cold. I had no idea where I was or where anyone else was, and I had no desire to become a snack. As these thoughts raced through my mind, making me want to jump out of the water and run toward land, cartoon style, I felt something touch my leg. My body involuntarily made use of the endless bathroom I was floating in. I didn't move. I used every ounce of determination, fueled by sheer terror, to stay as still as possible. I waited for an eternity. Nothing happened. Just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, something touched me again. It was toying with me, tenderizing me, waiting for me to lose it and start thrashing around so it could enjoy its meal. It bumped me again, this time on my head. Wait a minute, I thought. Sharks don't jump out of the water to get what's already in their reach. I took a deep breath and turned around to see what had been touching me. It was a fellow passenger floating in their life preserver. In fact, it was the man who had been in the bathroom. I breathed a sigh of relief. "So, you made it too," I said. The man stared at me silently. "You're not still mad at me for that silly bathroom thing, are you?" I said. He refused to speak. "Let it go, man," I said. "Be happy we made it through this." His eyes penetrated mine. "Fine. Be mad if you want." Then he turned his eyes away from me and stared off into the distance. "What?" I said. "What do you see? What's out there?" I turned and scanned the horizon to see what it was he had spotted. As hard as I looked, I didn't see a thing. "What did you?" I trailed off. He was gone. I was once again alone in a sea of darkness. I questioned if he had ever been there at all. What was happening to me? Was I losing my mind? As I questioned my sanity, I heard something off in the distance. I listened for a long time before I heard it again. It was a whistle. Not like someone whistling a tune, but a plastic whistle someone would use to call for help. This stirred a memory. I looked down at my life preserver, and sure enough, there was a plastic whistle attached to it. I pulled it free and began blowing it in answer. After several loud blasts, I waited. There was a whistle in answer. I began swimming toward where I'd heard the sound. After a few minutes, I stopped to rest and blew my whistle again. When the return whistle came, I was surprised to find the sound didn't come from in front of me, but off to my right. I must have gotten turned around somehow. I started swimming in the direction of the sound and stopped to blow my whistle. Once again, the answering whistle didn't come from in front of me, but off to the left, almost behind me. Am I swimming too hard and going right past them? I decided to stay still for a few minutes and then blow my whistle. When the answer came, it was in a completely different spot. I tried to test my theory that it wasn't me that was moving. I stared in the direction of the last whistle and waited for a minute. When the answering call came this time, it was behind me. The stranger thing was, it seemed like no matter what I did, the whistle never got any closer or farther away. I was getting creeped out. I stopped whistling. After a while, I heard it again, still in front of me. I refused to move or answer. There was no doubt in my mind someone was playing games. My first and most obvious guess was the guy from the bathroom. He seemed like the kind to play mind games on someone. But would he go further? As far as I knew, we were in the ocean alone. I had no idea how many had made it out of the plane, but I was sure the guy wouldn't be able to convince them all to play along with his stupid little game when they were fearing for their lives. The darkness began to fade as the first vestiges of light fought against it, turning the sky steel gray. The light brought me hope and would also bring me answers. This guy could hide and play games in the dark, but the light would reveal his deception. As the gray sky turned lighter and gave way to orange, then bright yellow, I saw dots all around on the surface of the water. I swam toward one and found it was another passenger. "Glad to see you made it," I said. I was indisposed at the time. Any idea what happened? The woman looked back at me with empty eyes. "Hello," I said, waving my hand in front of her face and snapping my fingers. She didn't respond. I reached over and felt her neck for a pulse, waiting to be slapped for being so forward. But the only slap I received was reality. She had no pulse. She was dead. I felt helpless. I wanted to say something, to do something, but there was nothing to be done. The woman slowly floated away from me. I looked around and saw several others bobbing on the water. There were at least a dozen. "Hello?" I called out. "Is anyone else alive?" My eyes searched the faces one by one, looking for any sign of a response, but I found none. Hopelessness turned to determination. This was something I could do. I could check these people to see if they were sleeping or... I swam to the closest one and checked for a pulse. Nothing. I swam to the next and the next, and again, nothing. When I got done checking those I had seen first, a few more popped up a little further away that I must have missed. I checked them all until I was done. I had discovered 32 people who had managed to get out of their seatbelts, only to perish some other way. The strange thing was, I didn't notice any obvious injuries. There were no head wounds that I saw, and no cloud of blood circling any of them. It was like they just gave up. I checked the last body, and to my astonishment, it was the man from the bathroom. The same one who had bumped into me last night. Had he been alive then? I thought so. But the more I replayed our encounter, the less I believed he had been alive. More than likely, he just happened to bump into me as his dead body floated in the water. As I was pondering this, I saw another body. I swam over to check it, then stopped cold. I recognized this guy. It was someone I had checked already. But that was impossible. I had checked him over a dozen bodies ago. Had I gone in a circle? Everywhere I looked, there was nothing but water. With no frame of reference and no land, I could have gotten turned around. And then I looked up. The sun was high in the sky. Once it started going down, I would have the ultimate reference. I couldn't possibly lose the sun. Then I saw dark clouds on the horizon, reminding me how wrong I was. I hoped and wished and prayed for them to turn and go in another direction, but they didn't. Slowly, they approached like a blanket of doom. As I watched the approaching clouds, one of the people near me suddenly disappeared under the water. My eyes grew wide at this apparition. They didn't slip out of their life preserver. It would have stayed on the surface. I was fairly sure it wasn't my imagination, but after the last few hours, I wasn't 100% sure of anything. I had to entertain the idea that I might be slipping into madness. I couldn't remember the last time I had eaten or drank anything, and I was sure that I had swallowed minuscule amounts of seawater since the crash. Come to think of it, I had been feeling lethargic. I'm pretty sure that's one of the signs of seawater poisoning. Or it could be the fact that I hadn't slept in who knows how long. As these thoughts rolled through my mind, the passenger popped back up. He looked the same, but his head was tilting to the side a little. I wondered if I was just imagining it when I saw the water around him was tinged with red. It reminded me of that scene in Jaws, when the sheriff sees the first shark attack with his own eyes, and the camera zoomed in on his shocked and horrified face. That's how I felt at that moment. Only I wasn't watching a movie. The danger was real, and it was swimming right beside me. I looked around and spotted the first fin cruising ominously along the water among the bodies. It went under the water, and soon another passenger dipped out of sight. She returned a few minutes later, also with her head listing on its side and a red tinge to the water surrounding her. The shark must have eaten part or most of their legs, disturbing the balance of the body that held them straight up. Panic consumed me. I tried to stay as still as possible, knowing that sharks are attracted to movement. Every fact from every Shark Week I had ever watched rushed through my head. I turned as slowly as panic would allow, trying to keep track of the shark when I caught sight of another fin and another. With blood in the water, there was no doubt it would become a feeding frenzy. As I wallowed in desperation when I heard the whistle again, off in the distance. This time it was no long mournful note. It was sharp, panicked blasts. I started swimming towards the whistle, slowly, trying not to make too much splash. The benefit was, I was swimming away from where the sharks were feeding. I started to feel relieved when I heard another salvo of whistles. It struck me how they seemed to convey a sense of alarm, even bordering on hysteria. Was I going from proverbial frying pan to fire? Was the mysterious whistler being attacked by sharks too? Or even worse, was there even anyone whistling? I had tried to get close to the whistles earlier, but couldn't, no matter how hard I tried. Was this some trick? Was there some creature luring me to some horrible doom? I'd heard stories of sirens leading men to their deaths. I wasn't sure if I believed such fairy tales or not. Although the longer I attempted to track down the mysterious whistle, the more my mind opened up to supernatural possibilities. It was almost a moot point. I was so tired. My arms felt like they were encased in concrete. Rescue seemed more unlikely by the moment. I stopped swimming because I desperately needed a break. I turned to look back at the swarm of fins amongst the red water and shreds of life preservers. I hoped I was far enough away from the carnage to escape notice. I turned back to the shock of my life. Off in the distance, I could see something big. Was it an island? My mind screamed with joy, but then reality set in. How would I reach something so far away? My hopes came crashing down. I closed my eyes in despair. Hopelessness threatened to drown me long before the water could. When I opened my eyes, I knew I was dreaming. The island had somehow gotten closer. I rubbed my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. When I opened them, sure enough, the island was even closer. This was it. I had lost my mind. I was delusional, hearing and seeing things that weren't there. I knew then I was close to death. The island continued to grow larger, coming straight at me. I finally realized the island was a ship. I was saved. The ship continued to grow as it steamed straight toward me. I saw for the first time it was an oil tanker and it was about to kill me. My savior would be my doom. I resigned myself to the fact that I would survive a plane crash, be tormented by ghostly whistling, avoid being eaten by sharks, only to be run over by a ship that could save me. As a tear rolled down my cheek, I was deafened by a loud blast. The horns on the ship blew, and I saw it begin to turn away from me. Even better, instead of dying, the ship would turn away from me without even knowing how close it was to rescuing me. As depression set in, I noticed the ship was slowing as it turned. Just before it got to me, it stopped. The waves slammed into me, threatening to pull me under. I waited and stared up at the massive side of the ship, looking like it was as tall as a skyscraper. Within minutes, I heard the whine of a smaller boat's engine. A man pulled up beside me in a boat. "Are you all right?" he said. I was so shocked and overjoyed, I couldn't speak. He grabbed me and helped me into the boat. "Hey, are you okay?" he said, looking into my eyes. "Yeah," I managed to whisper, surprised at the raspiness of my voice. "Is there anyone else here?" he said. It took me a moment to think. I was following a whistle. He looked around, then started the boat off in another direction. Before I knew it, he stopped and pulled someone else out of the water. It was a woman I didn't recognize. He sat her at the far end of the boat. "Are you okay?" he asked her. She looked at him with empty eyes, but didn't answer. I could empathize with her. The shock of the last 24 hours must have rendered her mute. I saw the whistle in her hand and knew she was the one I'd been chasing. "Did you see anyone else?" he asked her. She didn't look at him and said nothing. He hung his head and turned the boat to head back to the ship. When we got there, he hooked the boat onto wires that hung down and shouted up to the deck. The boat started rising. I knew I was finally safe. The woman looked up for the first time. She looked at the man who had rescued us and grinned. There was something wrong with her grin. It was too big. There was no way her mouth could be human. Her teeth grew impossibly long and pointy, and her face turned green. Her clothes melted away into the form of some lizard-slash-fish-looking creature. She dove at the man and sank her teeth into his neck. He screamed as she viciously attacked, ripping and tearing at his face, arms, and chest. It wasn't long until he was nothing but a bloody lump of flesh. She turned to me and dove. Watching him being torn apart had given me a moment to acknowledge what had happened. I focused all my energy on one desperate plan as she dove toward me. I kicked with all I had. My foot impacted her in the face and changed her direction. Instead of diving at me, the kick turned her and she sailed over the edge of the rising boat. I listened to the inhuman shriek as it fell all the way down to the water. I lay back in the boat, exhausted, mentally and physically. I opened my eyes when I felt the boat lurch to a stop. Crewmen looked into the boat and recoiled as they saw the remains of their crewmate laying next to me. They backed away and called for the captain. Once he arrived and surveyed the scene, he ordered me taken to a room and cleaned up, and the remains to be removed. It was sometime later, after I'd slept, that there came a knock on the door. The captain came in and sat down beside my bed. "Have you gotten some rest?" he said. "Yes, thank you," I said. "And thank you for rescuing me. Unfortunately, you can no longer thank the person responsible for your rescue. I don't understand. The man who came down in the boat is the one who spotted you in the water and called for the ship to stop. Would you like to tell me what happened?" I sighed deeply. "Where would you like me to start?" The beginning is a good place. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more horror content. If you have any real cryptid encounters, or you're a horror writer wanting to share your stories, please feel free to email me in the description anytime.
Don't cry, my love, don't cry no more. A crashing sky, a roaring scream, a city drowning in God's black tears. I cannot bear to see you.
People kept going missing from my town over the last couple of years. Their mangled remains were all that were ever found of them, if anything was found at all, and many thought that some sort of large predator was to blame. I guess that in the end, they weren't far off, but they may never know the whole truth. At least, I hope not. They erected a bulletin board at the edge of the woods and covered it with missing posters. Even though the passage of time had seen fit to erase them, much like the beast, the images still served a purpose. Not only as a grim reminder of our vulnerability and mortality, but also as a warning of the danger that lurked beyond. A few days ago, my best friend informed me that he would be going into the woods because he needed to retrieve his trail cameras. He had to work until late in the evening, so there was only a short window to get them before night set in. Although he protested, I refused to let him go alone, as I couldn't bear the thought of him becoming the next victim. I didn't have any family left, and the one that remained I never got to see. My father had disappeared many years ago, and my mother and grandparents were all long dead. I was closer to him than anyone else in this world. Though we should have made haste in collecting the cameras, we allowed time to slip away from us. The evening was spent drinking beer, goofing around, and getting distracted by even the most trivial things that we'd stumble upon along the trails. We let our worries fade away and focused on having fun, as we always did. But there's nothing more that I regret in this life than not rushing to get the job done before nightfall, as we planned.
This one was smashed to pieces too, just like the rest. Only a few more left to check.
Rick said to me as we walked back to our ATVs. Didn't know you had so many, bro, I replied, crushing a beer can.
I'd like to know what's going on out here. I've been hoping to get a pic of whatever it is that's been taking our folks too.
Maybe one of the remaining cameras. I stopped short. I heard something large moving through the woods.
Matt, you hear that?
Rick started. Shh, I interrupted, then whispered, turn your light out and get down.
Okay. I'm gonna hunker down by my four-wheeler,
Rick replied, then crouched down beside his ATV. We both turned off our lights and continued to listen. The sound grew closer and closer until it was almost right on top of us. We remained silent and motionless and tried to peer through the dense brush surrounding us, although our eyes hadn't yet fully adjusted to the dark. All of a sudden, we were overwhelmed by a putrid scent, stronger than any I had ever smelled. It was eerily reminiscent of a corpse, but altogether different and much more intense. I looked over at Rick to find that he was holding his nose. He then shot me a disgusted yet puzzled look. The noises ceased. I placed my hand upon my holster, undid the buckle, and slowly drew my .45 loaded with hollow points. Rick reached up and grabbed his shotgun from the rack on his ATV. Both of us were ready to defend ourselves and each other. Tensions were high as we continued to scan our immediate area. Everything remained still for a time, until a hulking mass burst out of the foliage and went straight for Rick.
Shit!
It was all that he managed to yell before it tackled him. The force from the blow sent his ATV rolling off into the brush. This initial assault was promptly followed by the sounds of ripping flesh and cracking bones. "Rick," I screamed, then opened fire in the direction of the hulking silhouette. But my efforts were in vain. It paid no attention to me, nor my barrage of bullets, and they seemed to have no effect on it. I needed to load a new magazine, but when I attempted to retrieve it from my belt, I dropped it. I clicked my flashlight back on so that I could find the magazine swiftly, but made the mistake of having it pointed toward Rick when the beam came to life. He lay on the ground, motionless. His arms were separated from his body. His abdomen was flayed open, and his intestines and organs were strewn about. Enormous chunks of flesh were missing from him, appearing as if they had been bitten off. My stomach turned in revulsion, and feelings of anger and sorrow began to consume me. But they were quickly replaced by paralyzing fear when I brought the beam of light upward toward his attacker. It was humanoid, albeit nothing more than a cruel mockery of the human form. The beast was much taller than any man or ape could ever hope to be. It was hairless, lanky, and its gray skin was stretched tightly over the bones beneath. The beast was much taller than any man or ape could ever hope to be. Its appearance resembled that of a skeleton covered in a thin layer of flesh. It looked back at me over its shoulder, then dropped a chunk of meat before turning to face me. Its eyes were solid white and sunken way back into the depths of its skull. The lips were tattered as if it had chewed them off, and its mouth was filled with razor-sharp teeth. It sniffed the air, then stared back at me with those hideous white eyes. The creature tilted its head from side to side as it studied me, a look of perplexity beginning to show on its face. Then it pounced. And that's the last thing I remember before I woke up here in the hospital. Once the initial grogginess began to wane, I tried to sit up, but was immediately overwhelmed by a searing pain that ran diagonally across my chest. My head began to pound intensely, and my abdomen felt like it was going to burst. I clenched my teeth and took in a sharp breath before I surrendered and laid back down.
Hey now. Take her easy there, Matt.
Dad, I responded, fighting the urge to sit up.
Yeah, son. It's me. Long time no see. Let me sit you up.
He said, before I heard him get up and make his way over to me. He then grabbed the control for the hospital bed. Where have you been all this time? I asked, as my upper half was elevated.
It's a long story. We'll get there.
He replied, then laid the control back down and returned to his seat in the far corner of the room. I hadn't seen him for many years, and time hadn't been kind to him. The skin that I could see was covered in various types of scars. He had a shaggy beard, his hair had turned gray, and he had massive bags under his eyes. His appearance gave the impression that he hadn't slept in ages. He looked like a man who had seen and been through more than his fair share. What happened? Is Rick? I exclaimed as memories of the incident began to spring forth.
He's gone, son. And you're lucky to be alive.
My eyes began to well up with tears. No, that thing. There was some kinda creature. Dad, it killed.
Easy now. It's all right, boy. There was nothing you could have done. That thing is no natural beast.
Well, I began. What kind of beast is it?
Patience, son. We'll get to everything in time. Let's start from the attack.
Okay. Then how did I end up here? I asked him.
It slaughtered your friend, then started on you.
He leaned back in the chair and crossed his ankle over his knee.
That's when I showed up to the rescue. You're lucky I got there when I did.
I was taken aback. You saved me?
Yup.
We sat in silence for a moment, staring at each other, neither knowing what to say. Then I finally spoke up. What made you come back? How'd you know where to look? I asked.
I know I'm not exactly an easy man to get a hold of,
he said in a flat tone, masking his sarcasm. That's an understatement. I interrupted, my words carrying just a touch of aggravation. He ignored my commentary.
But I finally caught wind that something has been happening to the people here for quite some time. I had an inkling of what it was right away, and rushed to get here.
My father stared at me for a moment, then got out of the chair and walked towards the door of my hospital room. He slowly leaned his head through the doorway, looked left and right to see if the coast was clear, then quietly shut the door. Dad then promptly turned the deadbolt into place before returning to his seat.
Anyway, I got to town and started collecting information. That's when I learned that you two dummies went up the trail. I knew nothing good was gonna come of it, so I took off after y'all. Got to you just in time.
So you saw it?
Yup, but it ain't the first time.
I was puzzled by this. My father was always mysterious and cryptic, the few times that I did get to see him growing up, but for him to know that a creature like that exists and do nor say anything about it, it didn't add up. I hit it several times with my .45 and didn't phase it. What did you do to get it off me? I asked him.
Simple. I shoot it off with a torch, and then hit it with a big old Molotov for good measure,
he replied smugly.
Now, that ain't enough to kill her for good, mind ya. But it was enough to drive it away so that I could pull you out of them woods and get you some help.
Then I guess I should thank you, I said, lowering my head to the side before looking back at him. So, thanks. But still, what is that thing? And where did it come from?
I can't tell you what it's called. Saying it draws him. Talk about it is bad enough by itself,
he answered before dropping his head for a moment, then looked back up at me with a solemn look on his face.
But I think it's time you knew.
My father then began to tell me the truth behind everything, the profound reality of his life story.
I was just a young boy, maybe 8 or 9, when my parents told me the good news. I was going to be a big brother. They left me with my grandmother while they went to their ultrasound appointment. My parents were bursting at the seams with joy when they came to pick me up. They then gave me the best news of my young life. My mother was carrying twins. I can't even begin to describe the glee that I felt at that moment. The prospect of finally having not only one, but 2 younger siblings filled me with unbridled excitement. I couldn't wait to meet them, teach them, protect them. Times were hard. Money was scarce. But we were all ecstatic, nonetheless. I wish I could say that my mother had a smooth pregnancy, but she was sick all the time, barely ate anything, and rarely ever acted like herself. Her doctor feared that the lack of nutrients would harm the twins. I wish we had known how right he was. As time went on, she became more irritable, more angry towards everyone. We didn't know whether it was the hunger, the pregnancy, or her sickness. All we knew was that something was terribly wrong. Regardless, we tried our best to take care of her and make her happy. One day, they came back from an ultrasound appointment in tears. They told me to go into the other room so that they could speak with my grandmother in private about the situation. But I, being a kid, made it my mission to find out what the adults were talking about. I crept across Grandma's shag carpet, careful to not make a sound, until I was finally within earshot of their conversation. Mom had lost one of the twins. The ultrasound showed that only one of them remained in her womb. She said that there was no bleeding, nor signs of a miscarriage, and that her doctor said the gestational sac may have been absorbed by her body, or perhaps the remaining twin, although she was further along in her pregnancy when this phenomenon typically occurs. I remember crying about the loss, but I was still happy that one of them was okay, and that I'd still get to be a big brother soon. I retreated into my play area and fiddled with my toys as I quietly sobbed to myself. When they were finished going over the sensitive information, my parents came to find me and gave me the edited version. Although one twin didn't make it, my remaining sibling would be my little brother. The closer that Mom got to her due date, the more her condition worsened. She progressively ate less and became more belligerent. Losing one of the twins didn't help much either. And neither Dad nor I knew how to console her, nor what to do for her. Sometimes even the smallest thing could set her off. So, we walked on eggshells and minded our P's and Q's. My old man and I spent a lot of time out back in the shed, where he taught me how to tinker with, clean, and repair various things. I cherish the time we spent together during those days. Other than the time that you were born, they are my favorite memories. Now one day we were out in the shed. We heard blood-curdling wails of agony emanating from our house. My father and I looked at each other in confusion for a split second. Then our eyes widened as we simultaneously realized that it was my mother. We dropped everything and took off sprinting towards the house, both of us calling for her. My father was the first to reach the back door, throwing it open with such force that I thought it would smash through the kitchen wall. We tore through the house toward the bedroom, knocking over the furniture in our path in a mad scramble to reach her. Upon arriving at the bedroom door, my father grabbed a hold of the knob and put his shoulder into it, nearly ripping it off the hinges. and neither of us could believe what we saw. My mother laid sprawled across the bed, motionless. Her abdomen was split open, appearing as if something had forced its way out from her inside. The room had been overtaken by the stench of decay, as if something had been festering in the room for weeks. Crouched inside of the gaping hole was my baby brother. Although he looked nothing like a human infant, I knew right away that it was him. His skin was gray, like the flesh of a corpse, tightly stretched over a lanky skeleton. He was hunched over, rummaging through my mother's flesh and organs as he took bites from various chunks. My brother then realized that we were there, watching him in horrorized disbelief. Now he stood up and turned around to look at us with those ungodly, pasty white eyes and a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth that were littered with pieces of my mother. He turned his head upward and sniffed the air a few times before returning his gaze to us. The sight chilled us both to the core and admittedly caused me to wet my pants. My father came to his senses much quicker than I did and promptly reached for the baseball bat that leaned against the dresser. My little brother fell forward. He threw his gangly hands outward to catch himself, then entered into a doubled over position as he arched his back. His spine began to pop and grow rapidly. The skin pulled over his bones, stretched ever tighter to accommodate the growth, and we watched in disbelief as he doubled in size right before our very eyes. Once the process had finished, he looked up at us and emitted an ear-splitting screech, which sounded like a combination of a scream and a hiss. My father drew back the bat, fully prepared to strike, but before he could, my little brother leaped down to the floor and then launched himself through the closed window, smashing it into oblivion. Looks like it's gone. You alright, boy? He asked me, then dropped the bat and embraced me for the last time. Come sit outside. I gotta call the law. When the police arrived and saw the scene, they immediately arrested my father. They blamed him for my mother's death and claimed that he had disemboweled her before doing God knows what with my little brother. They wouldn't listen to anything he nor I had to say about the matter. They ruled him criminally insane and sent him to the mental hospital to live out the rest of his days, which wasn't very long. Unable to cope with what he had seen, on top of being blamed for the death of the love of his life, he was crushed by the weight and eventually committed suicide. They found a short note scrawled in blood on the walls of his room, which read, "Forgive me, son. I love you."
So, you're saying that the thing I saw is, I started before my father cut me off.
That's right, Matt. It's your uncle.
My father replied.
I've spent my whole life learning about him and things like him ever since. All the time I've been away, I've been hunting.
Hunting? I asked, both confused and curious.
Yep. Your uncle vanished from this area after the incident your pawpaw and I witnessed, but now he's returned. My mind has been consumed with the desire to find him and put him down since that day. After many years, and more than my fair share of experience, I finally know how.
Now all of the visible wear and tear on his flesh made sense. I see. But why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Why did you let me continue to believe that Papa was a lunatic who murdered Mama, and that you had turned your back on me? And where did you learn how to fight these things?
I wanted to protect you. I felt you were better off hating your pawpaw and me than knowing what's really out there. But now, I ain't got much choice.
He responded, before addressing the rest of my inquiry.
Your uncle ain't the only kind of abomination out there running around. I've been a little bit of everywhere, talking to folks who know the truth, folks who learn from their predecessors and pass on knowledge to people like me. It's a rabbit hole that goes back for millennia.
Well, in that case, why haven't you taken care of my uncle yet? My father looked away for a moment, then leaned forward in the chair. He interlocked his fingers and brought them to his lips in contemplation.
Well, to be perfectly honest, son,
He dropped his head.
I couldn't do it.
I became irate, disgusted with his response. What do you mean you couldn't do it? Look at everything he's done.
I know, boy. I know that I should be more than capable and willing. But in the end, he's still my baby brother. I loved him before since he was even born. And for that strange reason that I can't explain, I guess that fact alone was enough to prevent me from finishing the job.
You're unbelievable, I barked at him. So what then? You're just gonna let him continue to stalk our woods and kill people? Dad looked down at the floor in silence for a while, before eventually bringing his gaze back to me.
Of course not. Because I'm gonna teach you how to kill him. Once you've seen something like that, there ain't no going back to the normal life. Anyways, I'm gonna teach you everything I know.
You can't be serious. Me?
Why else would I be here explaining everything to you? If your friend Rick wasn't enough of a reason to get riled up, now you have another.
I didn't know how to respond. In all honesty, my feeling of irritation towards Dad and his reluctance to end this when he had the chance nearly made me refuse and lash out at him in spite. But I then began to weigh those emotions against how I felt about all of the pain and devastation my uncle had wrought. My anger quickly turned into determination. He was absolutely right. I wanted to. No, I had to kill this beast. I'll do it, but not for you, old man. For Mom and Pops, and for Rick. For every other life that bastard has cut short. My father cracked a smile and chuckled a little. He tried to hide the pride on his face as he spoke.
That's my boy. We've got some time before you're healed up enough to start with the physical training. So we might as well start with the basics.
He reached down beside the chair and retrieved an old weathered backpack. He pulled open the zipper, reached inside, and brought forth 2 thick, leather-bound books. One was fresh, while the other was visibly tattered and worn.
This
He started, then got up out of the chair and walked over to me.
is everything I've seen, everything I know. It's ours to share.
He handed me the old one, then held up the fresh one.
And this is yours. Here's a pen. Start whenever you get the notion.
Dad, my father cut me off.
Start reading. There's plenty of things in there you need to know before we move on.
Okay. Thanks, Dad, I replied solemnly. My father turned away and headed for the door to my hospital room, opened it, then looked back at me before exiting.
I'm gonna leave you to it for a little bit. I'll be back with something to eat.
He lowered his head and turned back to the doorway.
And I'm sorry for everything. I hope you can understand and forgive me. I'm sorry about your mother.
He stepped through the doorway and left before I could say a word. I flipped the cover of my father's book and began to read. This handwritten journal went into detail about his many horrific experiences with a plethora of beasts, which, until now, I had believed to exist only in nightmares. It was also rife with descriptions and statistics, abilities, weaknesses, and recounted how he had not only managed to track, but also slay a great number of them. This information instilled a newfound respect for my father within me, an appreciation for him that I never imagined I'd have in all my life. My father is a hardcore, seasoned hunter, and soon I will be too. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more horror content. If you have any real cryptid encounters, or you're a horror writer wanting to share your stories, please feel free to email me in the description anytime.